This is Easy Drift Sleep, and tonight we have something special waiting for you. We're going to guide you through the mysteries of Stonehenge, Druids, Solstice, and rolling green hills. Deep sleep story, discovering its hidden corners and forgotten details. If these evenings bring you comfort, tap subscribe now. Your next story is always just one sleep away. Take a slow breath, release what you're holding, and let your story unfold. Welcome, traveler, to a journey across time, a gentle passage into the ancient heart of England. Imagine, if you will, a vast expanse stretching before you, an ocean of green that rolls and undulates like slow, slumbering waves. This is the Salisbury Plain, a landscape steeped in millennia of human presence, a place where the earth itself whispers tales of ages long past. The air here is clean and cool, carrying the faint, sweet scent of damp earth after a recent shower, mingled with the subtle perfume of distant wildflowers that bloom unseen in the sheltered hollows. Feel the soft, persistent pressure of the earth beneath your imaginary steps, a comforting solidity that grounds you to this ancient place. The ground, a mosaic of chalk and loam, yields slightly, a gentle cushion underfoot. Above, the sky begins its slow, majestic transformation. The vibrant blues of the day are softening, bleeding into hues of lavender and rose, painting the horizon with strokes of fading light. This is the hour of transition, when the world prepares for its nightly slumber, and the veil between the present and the past thins, allowing whispers of history to drift more freely on the evening breeze. The Salisbury Plain, a plateau in central southern England, covers an area of approximately 300 square miles. It is renowned for its chalk downland, a distinctive geological feature formed from the skeletal remains of microscopic marine organisms that lived in shallow seas millions of years ago. This chalk bedrock, often covered by a thin layer of topsoil, creates the characteristic rolling hills and valleys that define the landscape. The plain is largely treeless in its central parts, a result of both natural conditions and centuries of human activity, including grazing and agriculture. This open vista allows for an unobstructed view of the vast sky, making it an ideal location for observing celestial phenomena, a practice that ancient peoples held in profound reverence. As the sun dips lower, its last golden rays stretch long shadows across the undulating terrain. Each rise and fall of the land becomes more pronounced, creating a visual rhythm that is both calming and profound. The grasses, tall and swaying, catch the light, transforming into a shimmering golden carpet that stretches to the distant horizon. You might hear the soft rustle of these dry grasses, a gentle, almost imperceptible sound that blends with the deep quiet settling over the plain. It is a sound that has echoed across these lands for thousands of years, a constant, natural symphony. The history of the Salisbury Plain is not merely geological, it is profoundly human. Archaeological evidence suggests continuous human occupation for at least 10,000 years, from the Mesolithic period through to the present day. Hunter-gatherers roamed these lands, following herds of wild animals, their temporary camps leaving behind scatters of flint tools. As the climate warmed and new technologies emerged, these early inhabitants began to settle, cultivating crops and domesticating animals. The plain's fertile soils and abundant water sources, fed by chalk streams, made it an attractive location for early agricultural communities. During the Neolithic period, roughly 4500 to 2500 BCE, the Salisbury Plain became a focal point for monumental construction. This era saw the emergence of settled farming communities and the development of sophisticated social structures capable of organizing large-scale communal projects. These projects included the construction of long barrows, which are elongated burial mounds, and causewayed enclosures, large circular or oval earthworks defined by ditches and banks, often interrupted by multiple causeways. These enclosures are believed to have served as gathering places for rituals, feasting, and trade. One such significant site, Robin Hood's Ball, lies just a few miles north of Stonehenge, illustrating the density of prehistoric activity in the region. The twilight deepens, and the air cools further, a refreshing caress against the skin. The distant bird song, which earlier filled the air with cheerful calls, now softens, gradually fading into the impending night. Only the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of a nocturnal creature might break the growing silence. This profound tranquility invites a stillness within, a quietude that mirrors the landscape around you. The vastness of the plain, under the deepening sky, creates a sense of perspective, making the worries of the immediate world seem small and distant. The rolling green hills, often described as a velvet carpet under the twilight sky, are not merely picturesque, they hold secrets beneath their surface. Countless burial mounds, known as barrows, dot the landscape, silent sentinels to the passage of generations. These barrows, ranging from simple earth mounds to elaborate chambered tombs, represent the enduring human desire to commemorate the dead and to mark the landscape with their presence. They are a testament to the belief systems and social hierarchies of the people who built them, offering glimpses into their spiritual lives and their understanding of the afterlife. As the last vestiges of daylight recede, the first stars begin to prick through the darkening canvas of the sky. They appear one by one, tiny pinpricks of light that gradually multiply, forming constellations that have guided navigators and inspired storytellers for millennia. The moon, if it is present, might cast a soft, ethereal glow, transforming the familiar landscape into something otherworldly, a dreamscape bathed in silver light. This celestial display was not just a beautiful sight for ancient peoples, it was a cosmic clock, a calendar, and a source of profound spiritual meaning. The movements of the sun, moon, and stars dictated their agricultural cycles, their rituals, and their understanding of their place in the universe. The journey across this ancient plain is not just a physical one, it is a journey inward, a descent into a state of profound peace. The gentle undulation of the hills, the vastness of the sky, the deep quiet of the evening, all conspire to soothe the mind and calm the spirit. Imagine yourself lying gently upon the soft grass, feeling the cool night air as a comforting blanket. The earth beneath you, ancient and steadfast, holds you securely. There is a sense of belonging here, a connection to the enduring presence of this land and the countless lives that have unfolded upon it. The very name Salisbury Plain evokes images of ancient history and enduring mystery. The plain has been a training ground for the British Army for over a century, a use that has inadvertently preserved much of its archaeological landscape from modern development. Large areas remain unplowed, protecting prehistoric earthworks and settlements that would otherwise have been destroyed. This unique combination of military use and archaeological preservation has made the Salisbury Plain one of the most archaeologically rich landscapes in Europe, a living museum of human endeavor. The Neolithic period on the Salisbury Plain was a time of immense cultural and social change. The introduction of agriculture led to more sedentary lifestyles, the growth of communities, and the need for more complex social organization. This era also saw the development of sophisticated stone tools, pottery, and textiles. The people of this time were not primitive in the sense of being unsophisticated. Rather, their ingenuity and ability to cooperate on massive projects demonstrate a high degree of social cohesion and technological understanding, albeit with different tools than we use today. Consider the construction of the earliest monuments. The long barrows, for instance, were often carefully aligned with celestial events, suggesting an early understanding of astronomy and a deep reverence for the cycles of nature. These communal burial places were not just graves, they were sacred sites, places where the living connected with their ancestors and affirmed their collective identity. The act of building them would have been a significant communal undertaking, requiring considerable labor and coordination, strengthening social bonds within the community. The causewayed enclosures, such as Windmill Hill, a few miles northwest of Stonehenge, are another fascinating example of Neolithic ingenuity. These sites, characterized by concentric rings of ditches and banks, were not defensive structures in the traditional sense. Instead, they appear to have been gathering places for large groups of people, perhaps for seasonal feasts, rituals, or trade. The interrupted nature of the ditches, with multiple causeways, suggests that access was controlled and perhaps symbolic, marking transitions between different areas or states of being. Archaeological finds from these sites, including pottery, animal bones, and human remains, provide clues about the activities that took place there, hinting at complex social rituals and communal feasting. The transition from the late Neolithic to the early Bronze Age, around 2500 BCE, brought further significant changes to the Salisbury Plain. This period saw the introduction of metalworking, initially with copper and later with bronze, transforming tool-making and warfare. It also marked a shift in burial practices, with individual burials in round barrows becoming more common, often accompanied by elaborate grave goods, suggesting the emergence of more hierarchical societies and individual status. This era also witnessed the most intensive period of construction at Stonehenge, transforming it from an earthwork enclosure into the iconic stone monument we recognize today. The landscape itself, with its gentle undulations and expansive views, has a profound effect on the human psyche. The absence of dense forests allows for an uninterrupted connection with the sky, fostering a sense of openness and freedom. The chalk downland, with its unique flora and fauna, supports a delicate ecosystem. Rare wildflowers, such as the Pasqua flower and the burnt orchid, thrive in these nutrient-poor soils, alongside specialized insects and birds. The presence of these unique species adds another layer of natural wonder to the plain, a testament to its ecological significance. As the night deepens, the stars become more brilliant, their light piercing the darkness with increasing intensity. The Milky Way, a faint luminous band of countless stars, may begin to reveal itself, stretching across the celestial dome. For ancient peoples, this cosmic river would have been a source of awe and wonder, perhaps seen as the path of souls or a divine highway. Their lives were intimately connected to the rhythms of the cosmos, and the night sky was a constant, powerful presence, guiding their understanding of the world. The quiet of the plain is not an empty quiet. It is a quiet filled with the echoes of time. Imagine the sounds that once filled this space: the lowing of cattle, the chatter of human voices, the rhythmic thump of stone tools against wood, the chanting of rituals, the crackle of campfires. These sounds, long faded into the past, have left an indelible imprint on the land, a subtle energy that can be felt in the stillness of the night. The very air seems to hum with the weight of history, a gentle vibration that resonates with the deep quiet settling around you. The journey across the Salisbury Plain is a journey into the heart of ancient Britain, a landscape where every hill and valley, every stream and stone, holds a piece of a vast, unfolding story. It is a story of human ingenuity, spiritual devotion, and an enduring connection to the natural world. The people who lived here thousands of years ago were not so different from us in their fundamental needs and desires: to find meaning, to connect with something larger than themselves, and to leave a lasting mark on the world. As you continue your imaginary journey across this ancient land, the vastness of the plain begins to give way to a subtle change in the horizon. The gentle undulations, while still present, seem to coalesce, forming a more defined rise in the distance. The darkness, though profound, is not absolute. There is a faint, almost imperceptible glow on the horizon, a promise of something monumental. This subtle shift in the landscape draws the eye, pulling your gaze towards a specific point in the darkening expanse. The air, though still cool and fresh, carries a different quality now, a sense of anticipation. The whispers of history on the breeze seem to grow clearer, more focused, as if guiding you towards a particular destination. The soft rustle of dry grasses underfoot continues, a rhythmic counterpoint to the deep quiet of the night. But now, there is a subtle shift in the texture of the ground, a feeling of approaching something significant, something deliberately placed. The Salisbury Plain, in its vastness, has always been a stage for the extraordinary. It is a place where the ordinary landscape transforms into a canvas for human ambition and spiritual expression. The very act of traversing this land, even in imagination, connects you to those who walked here before, to their hopes, their fears, and their profound reverence for the world around them. The journey is a bridge across time, linking your present moment to the ancient past. The stars above continue their silent, majestic dance, their light a constant reminder of the enduring cycles of the cosmos. The moon, if visible, casts its silvery luminescence, painting the landscape in shades of gray and shadow, highlighting the contours of the land with an ethereal glow. Observed by countless generations, served as both a practical guide and a source of deep spiritual inspiration for the people of the Neolithic and Bronze Ages. Their lives were intricately woven into the fabric of the natural world and the movements of the heavens. The gentle descent into this ancient landscape is also a descent into a state of profound tranquility. The worries of the day, the clamor of the modern world, recede with each imagined step, replaced by a sense of calm and quiet contemplation. The vastness of the plain, the depth of the night, and the echoes of history combine to create an environment conducive to rest and renewal. It is a place where the mind can wander freely, unburdened by the demands of the immediate, and find solace in the timeless rhythms of the earth and sky. The subtle glow on the horizon grows a little stronger now, a faint outline against the dark sky. It is not a natural light like the moon or stars, but something else entirely. A silhouette, massive and unyielding, slowly emerging from the deep shadows of the night. The rolling green hills, which have been your companion on this journey, now seem to gather around this emerging form, cradling it within their ancient embrace. The air itself seems to thicken with a sense of immense age, a palpable weight of millennia. This emerging presence is not a natural formation, but something crafted by human hands, yet so integrated into the landscape that it feels as ancient as the hills themselves. The whispers of history that have accompanied you across the plain now coalesce, focusing on this singular point. The gentle rustle of dry grasses underfoot gives way to a firmer, more defined path, a subtle indication that you are approaching a place of immense significance, a site where earth and sky, human endeavor and cosmic alignment converge. The vastness of the Salisbury Plain, with its deep quiet and star-strewn sky, has brought you to this threshold. The feeling of belonging, of being connected to something enduring, intensifies. The monumental structure, still largely obscured by the night, begins to take on a more definite shape, its sheer scale hinted at by the way it dominates the distant horizon. It is a silent invitation, a beckoning from the ancient past, drawing you closer to its enigmatic heart. The journey across the rolling green hills has led you here, to the very edge of one of the world's most enduring mysteries. The journey across the rolling green hills has led you here, to the very edge of one of the world's most enduring mysteries. The first faint glimmer of dawn begins to paint the eastern sky, a delicate wash of lavender and rose that slowly pushes back the deep indigo of night. As the light strengthens, the colossal stones of Stonehenge emerge with greater clarity, their silhouettes sharpening against the brightening horizon. They stand not as mere rocks, but as ancient sentinels, guardians of a forgotten era, etched into the very fabric of the Salisbury Plain. This landscape, itself a tapestry of chalk downland, has witnessed millennia of change, yet these stones remain, steadfast and silent. The Salisbury Plain stretches out, an undulating expanse of grassland, punctuated by ancient barrows and earthworks that hint at a profound human presence long before written history. It is a place steeped in antiquity, where every rise and fall of the land seems to whisper tales of prehistoric peoples. The plain itself is a geological marvel, formed from chalk bedrock, a soft white limestone composed of the skeletal remains of microscopic marine organisms that lived in shallow seas millions of years ago. Tectonic forces uplifted these seabeds, and erosion sculpted the distinctive rolling hills and valleys we see today. This particular area, encompassing Stonehenge, is part of a larger World Heritage Site, recognized for its outstanding universal value. It includes not only the stone circle itself, but also a vast archaeological landscape extending over 6,500 acres. Within this expanse lie numerous other prehistoric monuments, including the Avenue, the Cursus, Woodhenge, Durrington Walls, and countless burial mounds known as tumuli or barrows. These features are not isolated, but form an interconnected ceremonial complex, revealing a sophisticated understanding of landscape and ritual by their creators. The monument itself, Stonehenge, is a masterpiece of engineering and organization, especially considering the tools and technology available to its builders. It is generally understood to have been constructed in several distinct phases, spanning a period of approximately 1,500 years, from around 3000 BC to 1500 BC. This long construction period suggests not a single grand design executed at once, but rather an evolving purpose, adapting to the changing needs and beliefs of successive generations. The earliest phase, dating to around 3000 BC, involved the creation of a large circular ditch and bank enclosure, approximately 110 meters in diameter. This earthwork, known as the Aubrey Holes, is named after John Aubrey, who first recorded them in the 17th century. These 56 pits, arranged in a perfect circle just inside the bank, may have originally held timber posts or perhaps even small blue stones. Their precise function remains a subject of debate, but they mark the initial sacred boundary of the site. Within this enclosure, cremation burials have been discovered, suggesting that Stonehenge began its life, at least in part, as a significant prehistoric cemetery. The second major phase, occurring around 2600 BC, saw the first arrival of the massive sarsen stones and the smaller blue stones. The sarsens, are a type of silicified sandstone, incredibly hard and durable, found naturally scattered across the Marlborough Downs, some 20 miles to the north. These colossal stones, some weighing up to 50 tons, were transported using methods that continue to astound modern engineers. It is believed they were moved using a combination of sledges, rollers, and perhaps even rafts if rivers were utilized, requiring immense communal effort and ingenuity. The blue stones, by contrast, present an even greater logistical challenge. These igneous rocks, primarily dolerite and rhyolite, originate from the Preseli Hills in West Wales, a staggering distance of over 140 miles. The journey of these stones, each weighing between 2 and 5 tons, remains one of Stonehenge's most enduring mysteries. Theories abound, ranging from glacial transport, where ice sheets carried the stones closer to the site, to deliberate human effort, involving a complex overland and riverine route. The sheer determination required to move these stones across such a vast distance speaks volumes about their perceived importance to the builders. Once at the site, these stones were meticulously shaped and erected. The sarsen stones were dressed using stone hammers and chisels, a process that would have been incredibly labor-intensive, leaving behind distinctive tool marks that can still be observed today. The iconic trilithons, comprising 2 uprights capped by a horizontal lintel, demonstrate an advanced understanding of joinery. Mortise and tenon joints, similar to those used in woodworking, were carved into the stones, allowing the lintels to fit securely onto the uprights, preventing them from slipping off. This sophisticated construction technique speaks to a highly skilled workforce and a clear architectural vision. The arrangement of the stones, particularly in the central horseshoe and outer circle of sarsens, is deeply significant. The outer sarsen circle originally consisted of 30 upright stones, each standing about 13 feet high, topped by a continuous ring of 30 lintel stones. Inside this, a horseshoe of 5 massive sarsen trilithons stood, with the tallest pair reaching over 24 feet in height. Within this sarsen arrangement, a double circle of the smaller blue stones was also erected, though their precise original configuration has been altered over time by subsequent phases of construction and later disturbances.
The alignment of Stonehenge with the solstices is one of its most celebrated features, revealing a profound connection to astronomical observation. On the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the rising sun aligns precisely with the heel stone, a solitary sarsen standing outside the main entrance to the monument. Its rays penetrate the heart of the stone's circle, illuminating the central altar stone. Conversely, on the winter solstice, the shortest day, the setting sun aligns with the same axis, framed by the Great Trilithon. This precise alignment indicates that Stonehenge functioned, at least in part, as a sophisticated astronomical calendar or observatory, marking significant points in the annual cycle. The purpose of these astronomical alignments extends beyond mere timekeeping. For prehistoric agricultural societies, understanding the cycles of the sun was crucial for planting and harvesting, determining the rhythm of life itself. The solstices and equinoxes were likely periods of great communal gathering, ritual, and celebration, marking transitions in the natural world. Stonehenge may have served as a focal point for these ceremonies, a sacred space where the earthly and celestial realms converged. The people who built Stonehenge were Neolithic and early Bronze Age communities, living in a world vastly different from our own. They were farmers and herders, cultivating crops like wheat and barley, and raising livestock such as cattle, sheep, and pigs. Their settlements were often dispersed, but large communal projects like Stonehenge suggest a highly organized social structure, capable of mobilizing vast amounts of labor and resources. The archaeological record reveals a rich material culture, including finely crafted pottery, flint tools, and later, bronze artifacts. The concept of a Druid connection to Stonehenge, though popular, is largely a romantic invention of later periods. The Druids were Celtic priests, philosophers, and judges who flourished much later, during the Iron Age, from around 300 BC to 100 AD. By the time the Druids were active, Stonehenge had already stood for over 2,000 years and was likely in a state of disrepair. The association gained traction in the 17th and 18th centuries, fueled by antiquarian interest and a desire to connect ancient British monuments with a known historical group. While the Druids certainly had their own sacred sites and practices, they were not the builders of Stonehenge. However, the enduring image of Druids performing rituals at Stonehenge speaks to the monument's powerful aura of mystery and spiritual significance. It taps into a deep human longing to connect with ancient wisdom and sacred traditions. Even today, modern Druid orders and pagan groups gather at Stonehenge for solstice celebrations, continuing a tradition of reverence for the site, albeit one divorced from its original builders. The landscape surrounding Stonehenge is as integral to its story as the stones themselves. The avenue, a processional approach marked by parallel ditches and banks, extends for over 3 kilometers from the monument to the River Avon. This ceremonial pathway suggests that access to Stonehenge was carefully controlled and that the journey to the stones was itself a ritual experience. The avenue aligns with the summer solstice sunrise, reinforcing the monument's celestial orientation. Nearby, the Cursus, an enormous elongated earthwork enclosed nearly 3 kilometers east to west. Its purpose remains enigmatic, with theories ranging from a processional route for athletic events to a territorial marker or a boundary for sacred hunting grounds. The sheer scale of the Cursus, requiring immense effort to construct, highlights the monumental ambitions of these early societies. Further afield, the settlement of Doington Walls, a massive Neolithic henge enclosure and village, provides crucial insights into the lives of the people who built Stonehenge. Excavations at Doington Walls have uncovered evidence of large timber structures, interpreted as houses, suggesting that thousands of people gathered here for communal feasts and ceremonies, particularly during the winter solstice. The alignment of timber circles within Doington Walls with the winter solstice sunrise and its proximity to the River Avon suggests a complementary relationship with Stonehenge, which aligns with the summer solstice. This dual alignment hints at a cyclical ritual landscape, with different sites playing roles at different times of the year. The study of Stonehenge is an ongoing endeavor, constantly evolving with new archaeological discoveries and scientific advancements. Techniques like geophysical surveys, which allow archaeologists to see beneath the ground without excavation, continue to reveal previously unknown features. Radiocarbon dating provides increasingly precise timelines for the various construction phases. The analysis of strontium isotopes in human and animal remains found at the site offers clues about the origins and diets of the people who lived and died there, indicating that some individuals traveled long distances to reach Stonehenge. The very act of standing before these stones, even in the mind's eye, evokes a sense of profound connection to the past. The scale is immense, the effort unimaginable, and the purpose still largely debated. Yet, the stones stand, enduring symbols of human ingenuity, spiritual aspiration, and an ancient understanding of the cosmos. They are a testament to the power of collective endeavor, a silent monument to the beliefs and practices of people who lived thousands of years ago. As the dawn light continues to strengthen, the individual stones begin to reveal their textures. The rough, weathered surfaces, pitted and scarred by millennia of exposure to wind and rain, speak of their incredible age. Lichens and mosses cling to their crevices, adding subtle hues of green and gray to the sarsen's natural ochre tones. Each stone possesses a unique character, a silent witness to countless sunrises and sunsets, to the changing seasons, and to the ebb and flow of human history around it. The air itself, crisp and cool in the early morning, seems to carry the echoes of ancient sounds, the rhythmic chipping of stone tools, the shouts of men hauling ropes, the lowing of cattle, the murmur of ceremonial chants. Though these sounds are long gone, the imagination can almost conjure them, filling the quiet expanse of the plain with the vibrant life of a forgotten age. The vastness of the sky above, now a brilliant expanse of soft blue, mirrors the vastness of time that these stones have endured. The precise methods of construction, while still debated, involve the deep understanding of leverage, counterweights, and friction. It is thought that the uprights were first dragged to their positions, then tilted into prepared pits, and finally pulled upright using ropes and a complex system of wooden A-frames. The lintels would then have been raised onto the uprights, possibly by building earthen ramps or by using a series of wooden cribs to gradually lift them into place. This process would have required meticulous planning, coordination, and an intimate knowledge of engineering principles. The central part of the monument, the altar stone, lies prone within the bluestone horseshoe. This stone, a type of sandstone, is believed to have originated from a different geological source than the bluestones, possibly from the Cinni beds in Wales. Its position and unique composition suggest a special significance, perhaps as a focal point for rituals or offerings. Its flat surface, now partially buried, once lay at the heart of the sacred space. The continuous cycle of discovery at Stonehenge ensures that its story is never fully told. Each new excavation, each new scientific analysis adds another layer of understanding, refining our theories and sometimes challenging long-held assumptions. For instance, recent research has focused on the environmental context of Stonehenge, examining pollen samples and animal bones to reconstruct the landscape and climate of the Neolithic and Bronze Age periods. This interdisciplinary approach paints a more complete picture of the lives of the people who created this monumental site. The sheer volume of labor involved in Stonehenge's construction cannot be overstated. It is estimated that thousands of individuals would have been required for the quarrying, transportation, shaping, and erection of the stones. This level of communal effort suggests a powerful unifying belief system, a shared cultural identity, and a hierarchical social structure capable of organizing such ambitious projects over many generations. The monument was not built by slaves, but by a community working together for a common, deeply meaningful purpose. The concept of Stonehenge as a place of healing has also gained traction among some researchers. The bluestones, with their distinct geological properties, might have been believed to possess curative powers. The journey to Stonehenge, particularly for those bringing the bluestones from Wales, could have been a pilgrimage for healing, with the stones themselves acting as conduits for spiritual or therapeutic energy. This theory is supported by the discovery of human remains at the site, showing evidence of injury and disease, suggesting that people sought remedies or spiritual comfort there. As the sun rises higher, casting long, dramatic shadows across the plain, the true majesty of Stonehenge is revealed. It is not just a collection of stones, but a carefully orchestrated architectural marvel, designed to interact with the celestial movements and the surrounding landscape. The interplay of light and shadow, the precise alignments, and the sheer scale of the construction create an experience that transcends mere observation. It is an encounter with the profound, a moment where the ancient past reaches out to touch the present. The gentle breeze rustles through the long grasses of the plain, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant wildflowers. The sounds of modern life are far away, replaced by the quiet hum of nature. A lone bird calls from a nearby copse, its song a delicate counterpoint to the monumental silence of the stones. This peaceful atmosphere allows for a deeper contemplation of the monument's enduring legacy. The transition from a timber circle to a stone monument, as seen in the evolution of Stonehenge, is a fascinating aspect of its history. Timber structures, like those at Woodhenge and Dington Walls, were common in the Neolithic period. The shift to stone, a far more permanent and labor-intensive material, suggests a desire for greater permanence, a monument intended to last for eternity. Stonehenge became a fixed point in a changing world, a symbol of continuity and enduring power. The enduring mystery of Stonehenge lies not just in its construction, but in the minds and motivations of its builders. What were their beliefs? What rituals did they perform? What stories did they tell around these stones? While we may never fully know the answers, the monument itself stands as a powerful testament to their complex worldview, their connection to the cosmos, and their profound understanding of their place in the natural world. It is a place where history, myth, and science converge, inviting endless contemplation. The light continues to soften, diffusing gently across the landscape. The sharp edges of the stones begin to blur, their forms becoming less distinct, more dreamlike. The vastness of the plain, once sharply defined, now seems to stretch into an infinite distance, merging with the horizon. The very air feels imbued with a sense of ancient peace, a quiet stillness that settles over everything. The monumental stones, having revealed their secrets in the dawn light, now seem to recede slightly, their profound presence becoming a comforting, silent anchor in the vastness of time. The monumental stones, having revealed their secrets in the dawn light, now seem to recede slightly, their profound presence becoming a comforting, silent anchor in the vastness of time. We journey now into the deep past, not merely observing the stones from afar, but descending into the layers of their creation, understanding the hands that shape them and the minds that conceive their purpose. The story of Stonehenge is not a singular event, but a tapestry woven over millennia, a testament to human ingenuity and enduring mystery. Its construction spans an astonishing period, beginning around 3000 BC and continuing in various phases for over 1,500 years. This makes it a monument that predates the Egyptian pyramids in its earliest forms and was still being modified long after the Minoan civilization flourished on Crete. To truly appreciate its scale, we must consider the sheer audacity of its builders, working with tools of stone and bone, without the benefit of the wheel for much of its early construction. The earliest evidence of human activity at the site dates back even further to the Mesolithic period. Around 8820 to 6590 BC, archaeologists have discovered 4 or 5 large post holes, suggesting the presence of tall pine posts, possibly totem poles, erected by hunter-gatherer communities. These early inhabitants, nomadic or semi-nomadic, would have experienced the Salisbury Plain as a very different landscape, more forested, teeming with game, a wilder, untamed expanse. Their presence indicates that this particular spot held some significance long before the massive stones arrived, perhaps a sacred clearing, a meeting point, or a place of ancestral memory. The very ground beneath Stonehenge was already hallowed, imbued with generations of human interaction and reverence. The first major construction phase, known as Stonehenge I, began around 3000 BC. This initial monument was a large circular earthwork enclosure, approximately 110 meters in diameter. It consisted of a circular ditch, an inner bank, and an outer bank, creating a formidable boundary. Within this enclosure, just inside the bank, were 56 pits, now famously known as the Aubrey Holes, named after John Aubrey, who first documented them in the 17th century. These pits, each about 1 meter deep and between 0.75 and 1.5 meters wide, held significant meaning. Excavations have revealed cremated human remains within many of them, suggesting that Stonehenge began its life, at least in part, as a cremation cemetery. This makes it one of the largest known cemeteries of its kind in Neolithic Britain. The act of cremation itself was a profound ritual, transforming the body into ash, perhaps symbolizing a return to the elements or a journey to another realm. The Aubrey Holes were not merely burial pits. Their precise circular arrangement suggests an astronomical or calendrical function. While their exact purpose remains debated, some theories propose they were used for tracking lunar cycles, predicting eclipses, or marking significant celestial events. The alignment of these early features with the rising and setting sun at solstices and equinoxes hints at a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos, a deep connection between the earthly realm and the movements of the heavens. The people who built Stonehenge I were not primitive. They possessed advanced observational skills and the collective organization required for such a monumental undertaking. Their society, though lacking written records, communicated knowledge through oral traditions and practical application, passing down generations of astronomical wisdom. Around 2600 BC, a dramatic transformation began at Stonehenge, marking the start of Stonehenge II. This phase saw the introduction of the first stones, known as the blue stones. These stones, smaller than the later sarsens, weighing between 2 and 4 tons each, present one of the most astonishing feats of prehistoric engineering. Their origin has been meticulously traced through geological analysis to the Preseli Hills in Pembrokeshire, West Wales, a distance of approximately 225 kilometers or about 140 miles as the crow flies. The journey of these stones was an epic undertaking, involving thousands of people and decades of effort. The prevailing theory suggests the blue stones were quarried using primitive tools, antler picks, stone hammers, and wedges. Once detached from the bedrock, they would have been shaped roughly at the quarry site. The precise method of their transportation remains a subject of intense archaeological debate. One prominent theory, championed by Professor Richard Atkinson in the mid-20th century, proposed a land sea route. This involved dragging the stones overland to the Milford Haven waterway, then loading them onto rafts or boats, navigating them along the Welsh coast, up the River Avon, and finally dragging them overland again for the last stretch to Salisbury Plain. This journey would have been fraught with peril, requiring immense coordination and strength. Another theory, gaining traction in recent years, suggests an entirely overland route, perhaps along ancient trackways. This would have involved constructing elaborate sledges or rollers, pulled by teams of hundreds of people over challenging terrain. The average speed of such an operation would have been incredibly slow, perhaps only a few kilometers a day. Imagine the sheer determination, the collective will of a community dedicating generations to moving these sacred stones. The motivation must have been profound, rooted in deeply held spiritual beliefs or a desire to create a monument of unparalleled significance. The bluestones were not merely building materials. They were imbued with power, perhaps believed to possess healing properties, or to connect the living with the ancestral spirits of their distant homeland. During Stonehenge II, these bluestones were arranged in a double circle within the earthwork enclosure, though this arrangement was later dismantled and reconfigured. This phase also saw the construction of an avenue, a processional pathway marked by parallel ditches and banks, extending from the northeast entrance of the enclosure towards the River Avon. This avenue, aligned with the summer solstice sunrise and winter solstice sunset, further emphasizes the astronomical significance of the site, establishing a clear path for ritualistic movement and observation. The concept of an avenue leading to a sacred space is a recurring theme in ancient architecture, guiding pilgrims and participants towards a focal point of power and meaning. The most iconic phase of Stonehenge, Stonehenge III, began around 2500 BC. This period saw the introduction of the massive sarsen stones, the towering trilithons, and the outer circle that define the monument we recognize today. These sarsens are a type of sandstone found naturally across Salisbury Plain, particularly in the Marlborough Downs, about 30 kilometers, 19 miles to the north. While closer than the bluestones, moving these colossal blocks presented an even greater challenge due to their immense size and weight. The largest sarsens, forming the central trilithons, weigh up to 50 tons each, equivalent to about 6 African elephants. The smaller sarsens in the outer circle still weigh around 25 tons. The process of quarrying these sarsens involved splitting them from the ground using fire and water, then shaping them with stone mauls and hammers. Once extracted, they were transported to the Stonehenge site. Again, the method of transportation was likely a combination of sledges, rollers, and perhaps even large timber frames, pulled by hundreds of people. The sheer logistics of coordinating such a workforce, feeding them, and organizing the movement of these behemoths speaks volumes about the social structure and leadership of the Neolithic communities. This was not a task for a single family or village. It required the cooperation of multiple groups, perhaps even tribal confederations, united by a shared vision. Upon arrival at the site, the sarsens were meticulously dressed and shaped. The builders employed sophisticated techniques, including mortise and tenon joints to connect the lintels to the uprights, and tongue and groove joints to interlock the lintels themselves. These carpentry-like joints are remarkable for a stone monument of this age, demonstrating an advanced understanding of structural engineering and a desire for permanence. The surfaces of the stones were carefully smoothed, and some show evidence of deliberate shaping to create subtle curves and tapers, a technique known as entasis, also seen in classical Greek architecture. This level of refinement suggests an aesthetic sensibility beyond mere functionality. The erection of the sarsen stones was another engineering marvel. The uprights were likely levered into prepared pits, with one side of the pit sloping gently to allow the stone to be walked up into position. Once upright, the pits were filled with rubble and packed earth to secure the stones. Lifting the massive lintels onto the uprights would have required the construction of earth ramps or timber cribs, gradually raising the lintels inch by inch until they could be slid into place. The precision of these alignments, particularly the central trilithons and the outer sarsen circle, is astonishing given the tools available. They created a structure that has withstood millennia of weather and human interference. Within the sarsen circle, the bluestones were rearranged. Initially, they were placed in a horseshoe shape, mirroring the central sarsen trilithons, and also in a smaller circle between the sarsen uprights. This reconfiguration suggests a continued evolution of the monument's purpose or a refinement of its ritualistic functions. The blue stones, with their distinct origin, may have retained a special significance, perhaps representing an ancestral lineage or a connection to a specific sacred landscape. Their integration within the grander Sarsen structure speaks to a synthesis of different traditions or a layering of meaning over time. The final major phase of construction, Stonehenge 3-3, occurred around 2300 BC. This involved the digging of two concentric rings of pits, known as the Y and Z holes, outside the Sarsen circle. It is believed these pits were intended for a further arrangement of blue stones, but for reasons unknown, they were never filled. This unfinished aspect hints at a potential shift in priorities, a change in leadership, or perhaps the advent of new beliefs that rendered further construction unnecessary. The abandonment of these plans marks a transition, signaling the end of the major building phases and the beginning of Stonehenge's long period of use and adaptation. Throughout its active period, Stonehenge served multiple functions. It was undoubtedly a ceremonial site, a place for gatherings, rituals, and observations. Its precise alignment with the solstices strongly suggests an astronomical observatory, used to track the movements of the sun and moon, predict seasonal changes, and perhaps even mark significant celestial events like eclipses. This astronomical function would have been vital for an agricultural society, dictating planting and harvesting times and providing a sense of order and predictability in a world governed by natural cycles. The solstices, particularly the summer solstice, would have been moments of profound celebration and spiritual significance, marking the longest day of the year, a time of abundance and light. Beyond astronomy, Stonehenge was also a place of burial and ancestor veneration. The presence of human remains, particularly within the Aubrey holes and later around the site, confirms its role as a sacred cemetery. The act of burying the dead within such a monumental structure would have conferred immense prestige and ensured their memory endured. The ancestors, through their presence at Stonehenge, would have continued to watch over the living, their spirits intertwined with the very fabric of the monument. This connection to ancestry is a common thread in many ancient cultures, where the past is not merely remembered but actively engaged with. Evidence also suggests Stonehenge may have been a center for healing. The blue stones, originating from the Preseli Hills, have long been associated with magical or curative properties in Welsh folklore. The belief that these specific stones possessed healing powers could have drawn pilgrims from far and wide, seeking remedies for ailments or spiritual solace. Archaeological finds of individuals buried near Stonehenge who exhibited signs of chronic illness or injury further support this theory. The journey to Stonehenge, the rituals performed there, and the presence of the sacred stones themselves may have been integral to a holistic approach to health and well-being in the Neolithic period. The people who built and used Stonehenge were part of a complex and evolving society. They were skilled engineers, astronomers, and artists. Their social structure was likely hierarchical, with leaders or shamans guiding the construction and rituals. The sheer scale of the undertaking suggests a stable and organized society, capable of mobilizing vast resources and labor over generations. Their worldview would have been deeply spiritual, intertwined with the natural world and the cosmos. The landscape around Stonehenge itself was not merely scenery. It was an integral part of their sacred geography, with other monuments like Avebury, Dington Walls, and Woodhenge forming a larger ritualistic complex. The construction of Stonehenge represents a monumental investment of time, energy, and collective will. It is a testament to the human desire to connect with something larger than oneself, to understand the mysteries of the universe, and to leave an enduring mark on the landscape. The very act of building Stonehenge would have been a profoundly transformative experience for the communities involved, forging bonds, reinforcing beliefs, and creating a shared identity. It was a project that transcended individual lifetimes, passed down from generation to generation, each adding their contribution to its ever-evolving form. As we move through the Bronze Age from around 2500 BC to 800 BC, the use of Stonehenge continued, but its primary function may have shifted. While the construction phases ceased, the surrounding landscape became dotted with hundreds of burial mounds, known as barrows. These barrows often contained rich grave goods, including bronze daggers, gold ornaments, and pottery, indicating a society with increasing social stratification and wealth. The presence of these elite burials around Stonehenge suggests that the monument continued to be a focal point for power and prestige, a sacred landscape where important individuals chose to be laid to rest, forever connected to the ancient stones. The transition from the Neolithic to the Bronze Age brought new technologies, particularly the working of metal. Bronze tools would have made some tasks easier, but the fundamental structure of Stonehenge remained as it was, a product of the Stone Age. The people of the Bronze Age inherited Stonehenge, integrating it into their own belief systems and social practices. They may have used it for different rituals or interpreted its astronomical alignments in new ways, but its enduring presence on the plain remained constant. The monument became a living archive of their past, a connection to their ancestors, and a symbol of their enduring cultural identity. The Iron Age, beginning around 800 BC, saw further changes in Britain. Hill forts emerged as centers of power, and new cultural influences arrived. While direct evidence of Iron Age activity at Stonehenge is less pronounced, it is likely that the monument continued to hold significance, perhaps as a place of veneration, a marker of territory, or a site for occasional gatherings. The stories and legends surrounding Stonehenge would have continued to evolve, passed down through generations, even as the original meanings became obscured by the mists of time. The monument, by this point, was ancient even to the Iron Age inhabitants, a relic of a distant, powerful past. The arrival of the Romans in Britain in 43 AD brought a new imperial power and a different cultural landscape. While the Romans established towns, roads, and villas, they generally left Stonehenge untouched. They were aware of its presence, and some Roman artifacts have been found in the vicinity, but they did not incorporate it into their own religious practices or significantly alter its structure. For the Romans, it was an ancient curiosity, a monument of the native Britons, perhaps respected for its age and mystery, but not central to their own imperial ambitions. Its very foreignness may have contributed to its preservation, as it was not seen as a rival religious site to be dismantled. Following the departure of the Romans in the 5th century AD, Britain entered a period known as the Dark Ages, or the early medieval period. This era saw the rise of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and the landscape around Stonehenge continued to be inhabited and shaped by new communities. The monument itself, however, likely became more of a ruin, its original purpose fading from collective memory, replaced by folklore and legend. It was during this time that the name Stonehenge itself likely emerged, derived from the Old English words stan, stone, and henk, hinge or hingen, hanging, referring to the lintels that hung across the uprights. The name perfectly captures its most striking visual feature. Medieval chroniclers and writers began to speculate about Stonehenge's origins. Geoffrey of Monmouth, in his 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, History of the Kings of Britain, famously attributed its construction to the wizard Merlin, who supposedly transported the stones from Ireland using magic. This fantastical tale, though historically inaccurate, reflects the awe and wonder that Stonehenge inspired, even in a time when its true builders were forgotten. It was easier to attribute such an impossible feat to magic than to the ingenuity of prehistoric people. This legend cemented Stonehenge's place in British mythology, associating it with heroic figures and mystical powers. The association of Stonehenge with the Druids, a priestly class of ancient Celtic society, emerged much later, in the 17th and 18th centuries. Antiquarians like John Aubrey and William Stukeley, observing the monument alignments and its perceived ancient origins, mistakenly linked it to the Druids, whose practices were poorly understood and often romanticized. While the Druids were indeed a significant spiritual and intellectual force in Iron Age Britain, they lived long after Stonehenge's primary construction phases. However, this romantic association has endured, contributing to Stonehenge's mystique and its enduring image as a place of ancient wisdom and spiritual power. Throughout the centuries, Stonehenge has been a source of fascination and speculation. From early antiquarians to modern archaeologists, generations have sought to unlock its secrets. The scientific study of Stonehenge began in earnest in the 20th century, with systematic excavations revealing layers of human activity and providing crucial insights into its construction and purpose. Radiocarbon dating, developed in the mid-20th century, revolutionized our understanding of its timeline, pushing its origins back much further than previously imagined. Geophysical surveys, remote sensing, and laser scanning continue to reveal new details about the monument and its surrounding landscape, constantly refining our understanding. The landscape around Stonehenge is not merely a backdrop, it is an integral part of its story. The Salisbury Plain, a vast expanse of chalk grassland, has been shaped by human activity for millennia. It is a palimpsest of history, with countless burial mounds, earthworks, and ancient trackways crisscrossing its surface. The nearby site of Avebury, with its even larger stone circle and associated monuments, forms part of a broader ritual landscape, suggesting a network of interconnected sacred spaces. The River Avon, flowing through this landscape, would have been a vital artery for transportation and a source of life. The enduring mystery of Stonehenge is perhaps its most compelling feature. Despite centuries of research, many questions remain unanswered. We can trace the stones, date their placement, and infer their astronomical alignments. But the precise beliefs, the specific rituals, and the full social context of its builders remain largely elusive. The silence of the stones, their stoic presence on the plain, invites contemplation and wonder. They stand as a powerful reminder of the deep past, a connection to ancestors whose voices are long gone, but whose monumental achievements continue to speak across the ages. As the sun dips lower, casting long shadows across the ancient stones, the air grows cooler, and a profound stillness settles over the plain. The vastness of the sky above, once a canvas for celestial observations, now becomes a comforting blanket, studded with the first faint stars. The distant hum of the modern world fades, replaced by the gentle whisper of the wind through the grass. The monumental stones, having shared their stories of construction, purpose, and enduring mystery, now stand as silent sentinels, their forms softening in the twilight. Their presence anchors us to a time beyond memory, a testament to human endeavor and the timeless pursuit of meaning. The weight of their history, once a grand narrative, now becomes a gentle, comforting pressure, guiding us deeper into the quietude of the ancient earth. The monumental stones, having shared their stories of construction, purpose, and enduring mystery, now stand as silent sentinels, their forms softening in the twilight. Their presence anchors us to a time beyond memory, a testament to human endeavor and the timeless pursuit of meaning. The weight of their history, once a grand narrative, now becomes a gentle, comforting pressure, guiding us deeper into the quietude of the ancient earth. As the last vestiges of daylight recede, a profound stillness descends upon the Salisbury Plain. The imposing silhouettes of the sarsen stones become sharper against the deepening sky, their edges defined by the fading light. We stand now, not merely observing, but enveloped by their circular embrace. The great trilithons, those towering gateways formed by two uprights and a lintel, seem to guard the very heart of this ancient place. Their sheer scale is a testament to the colossal effort and ingenuity of the people who raised them. Each sarsen stone, a type of sandstone, weighs many tons. Some of the largest uprights exceed 20 feet in height, with an additional 10 feet buried beneath the earth for stability. The lintels, carefully shaped to curve with a circle, are fitted with mortise and tenon joints, a sophisticated carpentry technique applied to stone. This method, involving protrusions on one stone fitting into corresponding holes on another, ensured a secure and stable structure, a remarkable feat for a culture without metal tools for cutting such precise joints. Beyond the sarsen circle, the smaller, yet equally significant blue stones form another inner ring. These stones, weighing between 2 and 5 tons each, present an even greater mystery regarding their origin and transport. Geological analysis has traced their source to the Preseli Hills in Pembrokeshire, West Wales, a distance of over 140 miles. The journey these stones undertook across land and possibly water remains a subject of intense speculation and awe. Imagine the countless individuals working together, using only primitive tools and sheer force of will to move these heavy rocks across such a vast and challenging landscape. They were likely dragged on sledges, perhaps over rollers, and floated on rafts along rivers and coasts. The dedication required for such an endeavor speaks volumes about the profound significance Stonehenge held for its builders. The blue stones themselves are not uniform. They include dolerite, rhyolite, and volcanic ash, each possessing distinct mineral compositions. Some even bear evidence of having been previously used in other ancient monuments, suggesting they were not merely raw materials, but perhaps sacred objects themselves, carried from a distant, revered landscape. The presence of these foreign stones, juxtaposed with the local sarsens, creates a compelling narrative of connection, a bridge between distant lands and a central sacred space. As we stand amidst these ancient giants, the air itself seems to hum with a timeless energy. The smooth, weathered surfaces of the stones bear the marks of millennia, rain, wind, and the touch of countless hands. You can almost feel the cool, rough texture beneath your fingertips, a tangible link to the distant past. The circular pathway around Stonehenge, whether the inner bluestone circle or the outer sarsen ring, evokes a sense of journey, of completion, of cycles. It is a path that has been trodden by generations, each seeking meaning, connection, or perhaps simply wonder within this extraordinary monument. The mystery of Stonehenge's construction is not a source of anxiety, but rather an invitation to wonder. It encourages a profound appreciation for the ingenuity and dedication of those ancient builders. We are not expected to solve these puzzles, but merely to embrace the enduring questions they pose. The monument stands as a testament to human capability, a silent library of unanswered questions, each one a whisper across millennia. The night deepens further, and the last hues of orange and purple melt into the velvet blackness above. Stars begin to prick the sky, faint at first, then growing brighter, more numerous, as the light pollution of the modern world fades into insignificance. The Milky Way, a faint luminous band, might even begin to reveal itself, stretching across the celestial dome. This is the sky that the builders of Stonehenge knew, a sky unblemished by artificial light, a canvas for the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. It is this celestial connection that forms a significant part of Stonehenge's enduring allure. The monument is widely believed to have served as an ancient observatory, a sophisticated calendar, or perhaps a temple aligned with significant astronomical events. The most famous of these alignments is with the summer solstice sunrise. On the longest day of the year, the sun rises precisely over the heel stone, a solitary sarsen stone located outside the main circle, casting its first rays directly into the heart of the monument. This alignment is so precise that it suggests a deliberate design, a profound understanding of celestial mechanics by its builders. Imagine the scene thousands of years ago. As the sun began its ascent, painting the eastern horizon with fiery hues, the people would gather. The anticipation, the reverence, the collective breath held as the first sliver of light appeared, perfectly framed by the ancient stones. It would have been a moment of immense power, a confirmation of cosmic order, a celebration of life and renewal. The summer solstice marked a crucial point in the agricultural year, signifying the peak of growth and the promise of harvest. For a society deeply reliant on the rhythms of nature, such an event would have held immense spiritual and practical significance. But the alignments of Stonehenge are not limited to the summer solstice sunrise. There is also a corresponding alignment with the winter solstice sunset. On the shortest day of the year, the setting sun casts its final light through the great trilithons, illuminating the altar stone, which lies at the center of the inner bluestone horseshoe. This dual alignment, marking both the longest and shortest days, speaks to a comprehensive understanding of the solar year. It suggests a people who meticulously tracked the sun's journey across the sky, using the stones as a monumental clock. Beyond the sun, there is evidence to suggest alignments with lunar cycles as well. The movements of the moon are far more complex than those of the sun, with its rising and setting points varying over an 18.6-year cycle. While the precise lunar alignments of Stonehenge are still debated, some theories propose that certain stones or features within the monument correspond to significant lunar events, such as the major and minor standstills of the moon. This would indicate an even more advanced astronomical knowledge, a dedication to observing and recording the intricate dance of the heavens. The people who built Stonehenge, often referred to as Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples, did not possess written language in the way we understand it today. Their knowledge, their stories, their understanding of the cosmos were likely passed down through oral traditions, through ceremonies, and through the very stones they erected. Stonehenge, therefore, becomes a form of monumental record-keeping, a physical embodiment of their accumulated wisdom. The concept of ancient wisdom embedded within the stones is a comforting one. It suggests that knowledge is not merely confined to books or scrolls, but can be etched into the very landscape, carried by the wind, and absorbed by the earth. The stones stand as silent teachers, offering insights into a way of life deeply connected to the natural world, to the cycles of the seasons, and to the vastness of the cosmos. As we stand here, the sky above continues its slow, majestic transformation. The stars, once distant pinpricks, now seem closer, brighter, almost within reach. The air is cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and ancient grasses. The only sounds are the gentle rustling of leaves in a distant copse, perhaps the hoot of an owl, or the soft whisper of the wind as it weaves its way through the gaps in the megaliths. These are the sounds that have accompanied Stonehenge for millennia, a timeless symphony of the natural world. We can imagine the ancient observers, perhaps priests or astronomers, standing in this very spot, gazing upwards. Their eyes, unaccustomed to artificial light, would perceive the night sky with an intensity they would have tracked the constellations, noted the movements of the planets, and understood the profound connection between the celestial realm and life on Earth. For them, the sky was not just a distant spectacle, but a living, breathing entity, a source of guidance, prophecy, and spiritual insight. The circular form of Stonehenge itself holds symbolic power. Circles often represent wholeness, eternity, cycles of life and death, and the cosmic order. Within this circular embrace, one feels a sense of profound peace, a connection to something larger and older than oneself. The stones, these silent sentinels, seem to radiate a timeless energy, a gentle, steady pulse that resonates with the very core of our being. The narrative of Stonehenge is not just about its construction or its astronomical alignments. It is also about the people who built it, their beliefs, their rituals, and their way of life. While definitive answers remain elusive, archaeological evidence provides tantalizing glimpses into their world. Excavations around Stonehenge have uncovered evidence of feasting, of animal sacrifices, and of human burials. The presence of human remains, some showing signs of injury or disease, suggests that the site may have also served as a place of healing, a pilgrimage destination for those seeking solace or cure. The discovery of cremated human remains, particularly within the Aubrey Holes, a ring of 56 chalk pits just inside the bank and ditch enclosure, indicates that Stonehenge was an important burial ground, especially during its early phases. These burials, dating back to around 3000 BC, suggest a sacred landscape long before the sarsen stones were erected. The act of burial within such a significant monument would have conferred great honor and spiritual significance upon the deceased. The surrounding landscape, known as the Stonehenge World Heritage Site, is dotted with numerous other ancient monuments, barrows, earthworks, and processional avenues, all forming a complex and interconnected ritual landscape. Dington Walls, a massive henge enclosure located a short distance northeast of Stonehenge, is thought to have been a large settlement where the builders and their communities lived, particularly during periods of intense construction or ceremonial gatherings. The avenue, a long earthen pathway leading from Stonehenge towards the River Avon, suggests a processional route, perhaps used for ceremonial arrivals or departures. These interconnected sites paint a picture of a vibrant, complex society, deeply engaged with their environment and their spiritual beliefs. They were not isolated individuals, but part of a community that shared a common purpose and a profound reverence for the sacred. The sheer scale of their endeavors, both in terms of construction and the organization of labor, speaks to a sophisticated social structure and a shared belief system that transcended individual lives. As the night deepens, the atmosphere becomes even more serene. The air is still, the distant sounds of nature are muted, and the presence of the ancient stones feels more palpable than ever. You are now truly within their embrace, a silent witness to their enduring majesty. The soft, diffused moonlight, if the moon is present, begins to illuminate the ancient structures, casting long, gentle shadows that shift almost imperceptibly with the moon's slow journey across the sky. Each shadow, each interplay of light and dark, reveals new contours, new depths in a weathered stone. The coolness of the night air on your skin is a gentle reminder of your presence in this ancient place. You are grounded, connected to the earth beneath you, feeling its quiet strength, its timeless endurance. The stones themselves seem to breathe, their silent forms holding secrets whispered across millennia. These secrets are not meant to be deciphered with logic, but felt with the heart, understood through a sense of timeless connection. The narrative here is not about solving puzzles, but about embracing the profound peace that emanates from this ancient site. It is about allowing the imagination to wander, to connect with the echoes of the past, and to find solace in the enduring presence of these magnificent stones. They have stood for thousands of years, witnessing countless sunrises and sunsets, countless seasons, countless generations. Their steadfastness is a comforting thought, a reminder of continuity in a world of constant change. Imagine the distant glow of ancient fires, now long extinguished, flickering across the plain. Picture the figures moving around the stones, their voices carried on the wind, their rituals unfolding under the vast canopy of stars. These are not ghosts, but echoes, the lingering energy of lives lived, beliefs held, and ceremonies performed in this sacred space. This is a place where the veil between past and present feels thin, where time itself seems to fold in upon itself, allowing for a deeper, more profound connection. The sleep story invites you to settle in, to find a comfortable, imaginary resting spot within the Stonehenge circle. Perhaps you are leaning against a warm, smooth sarsen stone, feeling its ancient energy seep into you. Perhaps you are lying on the soft, cool grass, gazing up at the starlit sky, framed by the towering megaliths. The choice is yours, but the intention is the same, to find a place of safety, protection, and deep tranquility within this ancient landscape. The stones are not just rocks. They are monuments to human spirit, to collective endeavor, to a profound connection with the cosmos. They stand as a testament to the enduring human quest for meaning, for understanding, and for a place within the vast tapestry of existence. Their silence is not empty, but full, filled with the stories of the ages, with the wisdom of generations, and with the quiet power of the earth itself. As the night progresses, the world outside this ancient circle fades into insignificance. The concerns of the day, the thoughts that once occupied the mind, gently recede, replaced by the serene majesty of Stonehenge. The stones, in their silent vigil, offer a sanctuary, a place where the mind can quiet and the spirit can find rest. The air grows cooler still, carrying the essence of ancient times, a soft, ethereal presence that wraps around you like a comforting blanket. The profound silence that can be found in such an ancient place is a balm, a gentle lullaby for the soul. It is a silence that invites introspection, that encourages a release of all that is unnecessary, leaving only a sense of profound peace and calm. The mystery of Stonehenge, once a grand narrative, now becomes a gentle, comforting presence, a silent guide into the deepest realms of rest. The profound peace of Stonehenge, a silence that has echoed through millennia, now gently deepens. This ancient monument, a testament to human ingenuity and spiritual aspiration, reveals its layers not through clamor, but through quiet contemplation. We stand at the threshold of understanding its construction, a monumental undertaking that spans centuries and involved countless individuals, each contributing to a legacy that endures. The very stones themselves tell a story of immense effort and meticulous planning. The larger stones, known as sarcens, are a type of silicified sandstone, incredibly hard and durable. These formidable blocks, some weighing upwards of 30 tons, were quarried from Marlborough Downs, a region approximately 20 miles to the north of the Stonehenge site. The logistics of moving such colossal weights across the undulating prehistoric landscape present a compelling puzzle to modern engineers and archaeologists alike. Imagine the scene thousands of years ago. Groups of people, organized and purposeful, working in unison. They would have used primitive tools, perhaps antler picks and stone hammers, to detach these massive sarcens from their bedrock. Once freed, the stones would need to be transported. The most widely accepted theory involves a combination of sledges, ropes, and rollers. Timbers, perhaps felled from ancient forests, would have been laid down as tracks. The sarcens, lashed securely to wooden sledges, would then be pulled by sheer human strength, aided by the friction-reducing rollers beneath. This process would have been painstakingly slow, a journey measured in days, weeks, or even months for each individual stone. The route from Marlborough Downs to Salisbury Plain was not a direct, easy path. It involved navigating rivers and valleys, ascending and descending gradients. It is plausible that waterways were utilized where possible, with stones loaded onto rafts or barges to reduce the arduous overland haulage. However, the final stretch to the monument's precise location would have undoubtedly been an entirely land-based operation. The energy expenditure, the coordination required for such a feat, speaks volumes about the societal structure and communal spirit of the people who built Stonehenge. Beyond the sarcens, there are the bluestones, a term encompassing various types of igneous rocks, primarily dolerite, rhyolite, and volcanic ash. These stones are significantly smaller than the sarcens, typically weighing between 2 and 5 tons each. Yet, their journey was far more extraordinary. The bluestones originated from the Preseli Hills in Pembrokeshire, West Wales, a staggering distance of approximately 140 miles as the crow flies. This incredible distance has long fascinated researchers, prompting theories that range from glacial transport to deliberate human endeavor. For many years, the prevailing theory for the bluestones' arrival involved human transport. This would have entailed an even more complex logistical operation than that for the sarcens. The stones would likely have been moved overland from the quarries to the coast, then loaded onto boats or rafts, navigating the Bristol Channel and the rivers Avon and Wylye. The final leg of the journey would again be overland, across Salisbury Plain to the chosen site. This theory underscores an astonishing level of dedication and resourcefulness. The sheer commitment to bringing these specific stones from such a remote location suggests they held profound significance, perhaps spiritual or symbolic, for the builders. However, an alternative hypothesis has gained traction in recent decades. Geologists have proposed that the bluestones might have been transported to Salisbury Plain by glacial ice sheets during the last ice age. As glaciers advanced and retreated, they could have picked up rocks from the Preseli Hills and deposited them much closer to the Stonehenge site. While this theory offers a natural explanation for their presence, archaeological evidence, particularly the discovery of bluestone debitage, small fragments created during shaping at the Preseli quarry sites themselves, strongly supports human extraction and transport. The most compelling current understanding suggests a combination of factors, with human effort playing the decisive role in their final placement at Stonehenge. Once these immense stones arrived at the site, the next challenge was to raise them into their upright positions and then to cap them with lintels. The engineering principles employed by the prehistoric builders were remarkably sophisticated. For the uprights, large pits were dug, with one side gently sloped and the other side vertical. The stone would then be slowly tilted into the pit, using levers, ropes, and perhaps a wooden A-frame structure. As the stone began to stand, earth and rubble would be packed into the pit to secure it. This method, demonstrated through experimental archaeology, proves feasible with sufficient manpower and ingenuity. The placement of the lintel stones, those horizontal blocks connecting the uprights, required an even greater degree of precision. It is believed that earthen ramps were constructed, gradually built up around the upright stones. The lintels would then be dragged up these ramps to the required height. Once in position, the builders would have used a mortise and tenon joint system, a method more commonly associated with woodworking, to secure the lintels to the uprights. Protrusions, or tenons, carved into the top of the uprights would fit snugly into corresponding holes, or mortises, carved into the underside of the lintels. This interlocking system provided remarkable stability, allowing Stonehenge to withstand millennia of weathering and seismic activity. Furthermore, the lintels themselves were shaped with a subtle curvature, designed to create a continuous circle when viewed from a distance. This sophisticated architectural detail, known as entasis, is also found in classical Greek temples, demonstrating an advanced understanding of aesthetics and visual perception. The builders of Stonehenge were not merely stacking stones. They were crafting a monumental sculpture, imbued with symbolic meaning and astronomical alignment. The construction of Stonehenge was not a single event, but a process that unfolded over many centuries, evolving through several distinct phases. The earliest phase, dating back to approximately 3000 BC, involved the creation of a circular ditch and bank enclosure, about 110 meters in diameter. Within this enclosure, 56 pits, known as the Aubrey Holes after their discoverer John Aubrey, were dug. These holes, approximately 1 meter wide and 1 meter deep, contained cremated human remains, suggesting an early use of the site. This initial phase marks Stonehenge as a significant burial ground, a place of reverence for the ancestors. Around 2600 BC, the second major phase began, characterized by the arrival of the bluestones. Initially, these stones were arranged in two concentric circles within the enclosure, though this arrangement was later dismantled. The bluestones were likely brought to the site during this period, signifying a shift in the monument's purpose or an expansion of its spiritual significance. The sheer effort involved in transporting these stones from Wales suggests a deep cultural or religious importance attached to them. The most iconic phase of Stonehenge, the one that gives it its instantly recognizable silhouette, occurred around 2500 BC. This is when the massive sarsen stones were erected. These were arranged in an outer circle of standing stones, topped with lintels, and an inner horseshoe of 5 enormous trilithons, each trilithon consisting of 2 upright sarsens capped by a single lintel. Within this sarsen horseshoe, the bluestones were rearranged, forming an inner circle and an inner horseshoe of their own. This complex arrangement of sarsens and bluestones represents the pinnacle of Stonehenge's architectural development, a truly awe-inspiring feat of prehistoric engineering. Subsequent phases, continuing for another 1,000 years, involve further rearrangements of the bluestones, the digging of new pits, and the addition of smaller features. The monument was continually adapted and repurposed by successive generations, reflecting changing beliefs and societal structures. The final known activity at Stonehenge dates to around 1500 BC, after which the site seems to have fallen into disuse as a major ceremonial center, though its presence would have continued to shape the landscape and the imagination of those who lived nearby. The builders of Stonehenge were Neolithic and Bronze Age people. They were farmers and pastoralists, living in communities scattered across the fertile plains of southern England. Their lives were intimately connected to the rhythms of nature, the cycles of the seasons, and the movements of the sun and moon. They possessed a sophisticated understanding of their environment and a profound spiritual connection to the cosmos. Their tools were simple but effective. Stone axes, flint blades, antler picks, and wooden mallets were used for quarrying, shaping, and carving the stones. Ropes woven from animal hides or plant fibers would have been essential for hauling and lifting. Wooden levers, wedges, and rollers would have provided mechanical advantage. The absence of metal tools during the primary construction phases makes the precision and scale of their work all the more remarkable. It speaks to an extraordinary level of craftsmanship and an intimate knowledge of material properties. The people who built Stonehenge were part of a complex and evolving prehistoric society. Evidence from nearby sites, such as Dington Walls, a massive Neolithic henge enclosure and settlement, suggests that large populations gathered in the vicinity of Stonehenge for specific periods, perhaps for feasting, ceremonies, and the construction work itself. The sheer scale of these gatherings, indicated by the remains of thousands of animal bones and vast numbers of pottery shards, points to a highly organized society capable of mobilizing significant resources and labor. The purpose of Stonehenge remains one of its most enduring mysteries, a subject of continuous scholarly debate and popular fascination. While its exact function may never be definitively known, several compelling theories have emerged, each offering a glimpse into the minds and beliefs of its ancient creators. One of the most widely accepted interpretations is that Stonehenge functioned as an astronomical observatory or calendar. The precise alignment of the Sarsen trilithons with the summer solstice sunrise and the winter solstice sunset is undeniable. On the morning of the summer solstice, the sun rises directly over the heel stone, casting its first rays into the heart of the monument. Similarly, on the winter solstice, the sun sets between the largest trilithon, perfectly framing the event. These alignments are not accidental. They are a deliberate and sophisticated expression of astronomical knowledge. For a prehistoric agricultural society, understanding the cycles of the sun was paramount. The solstices marked critical points in the year, the longest day signaling the height of summer and the shortest day heralding the depths of winter. These events would have dictated planting and harvesting schedules, animal breeding, and seasonal migrations. Stonehenge, therefore, could have served as a monumental calendar, enabling the accurate prediction of these vital agricultural milestones. It would have been a place where the community could gather to observe these celestial events, celebrating the turning of the year and ensuring their survival. Beyond practical calendrical functions, the astronomical alignments likely held profound spiritual significance. The sun was undoubtedly revered as a life-giving force. The solstices would have been powerful moments, imbued with sacred meaning, perhaps seen as a direct connection to the divine. Stonehenge could have been a temple dedicated to the sun, a place where rituals were performed to honor the celestial deities and to ensure the continued fertility of the land and the prosperity of the people. Another prominent theory suggests that Stonehenge was a place of healing. The blue stones, in particular, have been linked to this idea. In some ancient traditions, certain types of stone were believed to possess curative properties. The Preseli Hills, the source of the blue stones, are known for their natural springs and mystical associations. It is plausible that people traveled great distances to Stonehenge, seeking healing from the blue stones, which might have been thought to radiate a special energy or power. The presence of numerous burials, some showing evidence of illness or injury, further supports the idea of Stonehenge as a place of pilgrimage for the sick and infirm. The concept of Stonehenge as a sacred burial ground is also strongly supported by archaeological evidence. As mentioned, the Aubrey holes contained cremated human remains, indicating an early use as a cemetery. Later burials have also been discovered within the monument, suggesting that it continued to be a revered place for the dead throughout its active phases. The act of burying individuals within such a monumental and astronomically aligned structure would have conferred immense prestige and spiritual significance upon the deceased, perhaps connecting them to the celestial cycles and the ancestors. The idea of Stonehenge as a ceremonial complex, a gathering place for large groups of people, is also widely accepted. The sheer scale of the monument and the surrounding landscape, dotted with avenues, barrows, and other henges, suggests a vast ritual arena. People from different regions would have converged at Stonehenge for festivals, ceremonies, and communal feasting. These gatherings would have served to reinforce social bonds, exchange goods and ideas, and participate in shared religious experiences. The monument would have been a focal point for identity and community, a place where collective memory and cultural traditions were forged and celebrated. The avenue, a processional path extending from the northeast entrance of Stonehenge towards the River Avon, further supports the idea of ritual processions and ceremonial journeys. This ancient pathway, flanked by ditches and banks, will have guided participants towards the sacred heart of the monument, creating a sense of anticipation and reverence. The journey along the avenue itself would have been an integral part of the ritual experience. The role of the Druids in relation to Stonehenge is a topic that has captivated the popular imagination for centuries. However, it is important to distinguish between historical fact and later romanticized interpretations. The Druids were the priestly class of the ancient Celtic peoples, flourishing in Britain and Gaul during the Iron Age, roughly from 300 BC to 100 AD. Stonehenge, in its primary construction phases, predates the Druids by at least 2,000 years. Therefore, the Druids could not have been the original builders of Stonehenge. Despite this chronological discrepancy, the association between Druids and Stonehenge became firmly established in the public consciousness, particularly during the 18th and 19th centuries. Antiquarians and romantic poets, captivated by the monument's mystery, sought to connect it with the enigmatic Druids, who were believed to have performed their rituals in sacred groves and stone circles. This romanticized image of Druids worshipping at Stonehenge, particularly during the solstices, continues to resonate today. While the Iron Age Druids did not build Stonehenge, it is conceivable that they or their predecessors may have used the ancient site for their own ceremonies, recognizing its powerful presence and astronomical alignments. The monument would have stood as an ancient and revered structure in their landscape, a place of ancestral power. Modern Druidic orders continue to hold ceremonies at Stonehenge, particularly during the solstices, connecting with the spiritual heritage of the site and its profound connection to the cycles of nature. The rolling green hills that surround Stonehenge are not merely a picturesque backdrop. They are an integral part of the monument's story and its ancient landscape. Salisbury Plain, a vast expanse of chalk downland, is one of the most archaeologically rich landscapes in Europe. It is dotted with thousands of prehistoric monuments, including barrows, ancient burial mounds, cursus monuments, and other henges. The barrows, particularly numerous around Stonehenge, represent the resting places of individuals or groups from the Neolithic and Bronze Ages. These mounds, often visible as subtle undulations in the landscape, speak to the reverence for ancestors and the continuity of life and death in prehistoric societies. Each barrow is a small monument in itself, contributing to the sacred geography of the plain. The cursus monuments, long linear earthworks, are another intriguing feature of the Stonehenge landscape. The Stonehenge cursus, for example, is a massive ditch and bank enclosure, nearly 2 miles long, running parallel to the avenue. Its purpose remains enigmatic, but is thought to have been a processional way or a boundary marking a sacred area. These vast earthworks demonstrate the monumental scale of prehistoric landscape engineering, extending beyond the stone circle itself. The entire landscape around Stonehenge was carefully curated and imbued with meaning by its ancient inhabitants. It was a living, breathing ceremonial complex where natural features were integrated with man-made structures to create a powerful spiritual environment. The gentle undulations of the chalk hills, the winding courses of ancient rivers, and the distant horizons all played a role in the experience of the monument. Today, as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the rolling green hills seem to hold their breath. The silence deepens further, broken only by the whisper of the wind across the ancient grass. The mystery of Stonehenge, once a grand narrative, now becomes a gentle, comforting presence, a silent guide into the deepest realms of rest. The stones stand sentinel, guardians of time, their secrets held close, yet offering a profound sense of peace to all who contemplate their enduring majesty. The ancient energies of this sacred place, woven into the very fabric of the landscape, now envelop you, a gentle embrace from a world long past, yet eternally present. The journey into the heart of its mystery continues, ever so slowly, ever so gently. The journey into the heart of its mystery continues, ever so slowly, ever so gently. The monumental sarsen stones, those towering gray giants, form the most recognizable part of Stonehenge. Their sheer scale is breathtaking, a testament to the colossal effort and ingenuity. These sarsens are a type of sandstone, a hard, dense rock that occurs naturally in dense Salisbury Plain and in the Marlborough Downs, about 20 miles to the north. Geologists explain that sarsens are remnants of a sill creek cap that once covered much of southern England during the Paleogene period. Over millions of years, softer sediments eroded away, leaving behind these incredibly durable, isolated blocks. The largest sarsens at Stonehenge stand over 20 feet tall, with an additional 8 feet or more buried beneath the ground for stability. Their weight can exceed 40 tons, presenting an engineering challenge that still fascinates and perplexes modern researchers. The process of quarrying these massive stones would have involved a combination of natural fissures, fire, and water. Heating the rock with fire and then rapidly cooling it with water could cause it to crack along natural lines, allowing for the extraction of suitable blocks. Once detached, these immense stones had to be transported across challenging terrain. The prevailing theory suggests that the sarsens were moved using a combination of sledges, ropes, and rollers. A network of wooden rollers, perhaps lubricated with animal fat or water, could have been laid out along a prepared trackway. Teams of hundreds of people, using sturdy ropes made from animal hides or plant fibers, would have pulled the sledges laden with the sheer manpower required for such an undertaking speaks volumes about the communal organization and dedication of the Neolithic societies. And it was not merely a construction project, but a community-wide endeavor, possibly spanning generations. Once at the site, the Saracens were meticulously shaped, and evidence of this shaping process can be seen in the distinctive mortise and tenon joints carved into the lintel stones. And a tenon, a protruding stub, was carved into the top of an upright Saracen, designed to fit snugly into a corresponding mortise, a carved hole, on the underside of a horizontal. This sophisticated carpentry technique, more commonly associated with woodworking, provided crucial stability to the structure, preventing the lintels from shifting or being dislodged. The tools sized for this precise stonework were likely made from harder rocks, such as flint, quartzite, or even other sarsen. Hammer stones, used for pounding and shaping, have been found at the site. The surfaces of many Saracens bear the marks of this dressing, a process that smoothed their rough exterior and gave them their finished, monumental appearance. This attention to detail, the careful shaping and fitting of each stone, demonstrates a profound understanding of engineering principles and an aesthetic sensibility that transcends mere functionality. The raising of the Saracens was another feat of ancient engineering. It is believed that a large pit was dug, with one side gently sloped. The Saracen would then be levered and pulled until its base slid into this pit. Ropes attached to the top of the stone would be pulled by large teams, while other teams used wooden levers and props to gradually raise the stone into an upright position. Earth and rubble would then be packed around the base to secure it firmly. The lintels, the horizontal stones, would have been raised onto the uprights using earthen ramps built up to the required height, allowing the massive stones to be slid into place. The construction of Stonehenge was not a single event, but a long and complex process, unfolding over many centuries. The earliest known activity at the site dates back to around 3000 BC, when a large circular ditch and bank, known as the Aubrey Holes, were created. These holes, named after the 17th century antiquarian John Aubrey, who first described them, form a ring of 56 chalk pits, approximately 280 feet in diameter. Their original purpose remains a subject of debate. Some theories suggest they once held wooden posts, forming an early timber circle. Others propose they were used for ritual burials, as cremated human remains have been found within some of them. The blue stones, the smaller but equally enigmatic stones at Stonehenge, represent an even greater logistical challenge. These stones, weighing between 2 and 5 tons each, are not native to Salisbury Plain. Geological analysis has definitively traced their origin to the Preseli Hills in West Wales, a distance of about 140 miles. The journey of these blue stones, undertaken around 2500 BC, is one of the most enduring mysteries of Stonehenge. There are two primary theories regarding their transport. The first, and most widely accepted, is that they were moved by human effort. This would have involved a combination of land and water transport. The stones might have been dragged overland from the Preseli Hills to the coast, perhaps to Milford Haven or a similar estuary. From there, they could have been loaded onto rafts or boats and sailed along the Welsh coast, across the Bristol Channel, and up the River Avon. Finally, they would have been dragged overland once more from the river to the Stonehenge site. This monumental undertaking would have required immense coordination, skill, and resources. The second theory, while less favored by archaeologists, suggests that the blue stones were transported by natural glacial action. During the Ice Ages, glaciers advanced across Britain, picking up and carrying rocks over vast distances. As the glaciers retreated, they deposited these rocks, known as erratics, far from their original source. While there is evidence of glacial activity in the region, the specific distribution and type of blue stones at Stonehenge make a purely natural explanation less likely. The deliberate selection of specific types of stone and their arrangement in a precise astronomical alignment strongly point to human intervention. Regardless of the exact method, the movement of the blue stones from Wales to Wiltshire represents an extraordinary achievement for a Neolithic society. It suggests a profound significance attached to these particular stones, perhaps due to their inherent properties, their color, their resonant qualities when struck, or their perceived magical or healing powers. The Preseli Hills themselves were a sacred landscape, known for their ancient burial sites and ceremonial monuments. The act of bringing these stones from such a distant and revered place would have imbued Stonehenge with an even deeper spiritual resonance. The arrangement of the blue stones within Stonehenge has also evolved over time. Initially, they may have formed a double circle or perhaps an inner horseshoe. Later, some were incorporated into the Sarsen circle, forming an inner ring and an inner horseshoe, mirroring the larger Sarsen structures. This constant reworking and rearrangement of the stones indicate a living, evolving monument, adapted and reinterpreted by successive generations. The purpose of Stonehenge has been a subject of intense speculation for centuries. Early antiquarians, like William Stukeley in the 18th century, famously attributed its construction to the Druids. Stukeley, a pioneer in archaeological investigation, believed the Druids were ancient British priests who performed elaborate rituals at the site. He meticulously surveyed Stonehenge and Avebury, another vast Neolithic complex nearby, and his work, though often romanticized, laid some of the groundwork for later archaeological studies. However, modern archaeological evidence has largely disproven the direct link between the Druids and Stonehenge's construction. The main phases of Stonehenge's building predate the emergence of the Druids by at least 1,500 to 2,000 years. The Druids, as described by Roman writers like Julius Caesar, were a priestly class of Celtic society, flourishing in Britain and Gaul during the Iron Age, roughly from 500 BC to 100 AD. While they undoubtedly used ancient sacred sites for their ceremonies, they were not the original builders of Stonehenge. Despite this historical distinction, the image of the Druids at Stonehenge has persisted in popular culture, adding to the monument's mystique. Modern Druidic orders, inspired by Stukeley's work and a desire to connect with ancient spiritual traditions, continue to hold ceremonies at Stonehenge, particularly during the solstices. They see the site as a powerful place of worship and a connection to the cycles of nature. The most widely accepted theory regarding Stonehenge's primary function is that of an astronomical observatory or calendar. The precise alignment of the stones with the solstices is undeniable. On the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the sun rises directly over the heel stone, casting its first rays into the heart of the monument. Similarly, on the winter solstice, the shortest day, the sun sets between the largest Sarsen trilithon, perfectly framing the event. These alignments are not accidental. They demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics and a deliberate design to mark these crucial points in the annual cycle. For Neolithic agricultural societies, understanding the seasons was paramount. The solstices marked the turning points of the year, signaling times for planting, harvesting, and preparing for the lean months. Stonehenge may have served as a giant calendar, allowing communities to track the passage of time and plan their activities accordingly. Beyond its calendrical function, Stonehenge was almost certainly a sacred site, a place of ritual and ceremony. The presence of numerous burial mounds in the surrounding landscape, including the vast Cursus monument and Woodhenge, suggests a wider ritual landscape. The Cursus, a massive linear earthwork over 1.8 miles long, runs parallel to Stonehenge and predates it. Its purpose is still debated, but it may have been a processional route, defining a sacred space or marking a boundary. Woodhenge, a timber circle located about 2 miles northeast of Stonehenge, also aligns with the solstices. Its wooden posts, long since decayed and now marked by concrete pillars, formed a series of concentric rings, similar in layout to Stonehenge. The discovery of a child's burial within Woodhenge, along with other artifacts, indicates its ceremonial significance and connection to the cycles of life and death. The interconnectedness of these sites, Stonehenge, Woodhenge, the Cursus, and the numerous barrows, suggests a complex ritual landscape where different monuments serve different but related purposes. Processions may have moved between these sites, marking important events and reinforcing community bonds. The entire area would have been imbued with spiritual meaning, a place where the earthly and celestial realms converged. Another compelling theory suggests Stonehenge was a place of healing. The blue stones, originating from the Preseli Hills, were once believed to possess curative properties. Folklore from the region speaks of the stone's ability to heal ailments and bring good fortune. If this belief was widespread in the Neolithic period, then people might have traveled great distances to touch or be near these stones, seeking relief from illness or spiritual renewal. The presence of numerous burials, some showing signs of injury or disease, could support this idea, suggesting that people were brought to Stonehenge in their final days, hoping for a cure or a peaceful transition. The acoustic properties of Stonehenge have also been explored. Some researchers suggest that the arrangement of the stones could have created unique soundscapes, amplifying certain frequencies or producing echoes that would have enhanced ritualistic chanting or music. The resonant qualities of the blue stones, when struck, might have been particularly valued for their sonic effects, adding another layer to the sensory experience of the monument. The construction of Stonehenge also speaks to the social organization of Neolithic society. The sheer scale of the project would have required a hierarchical structure, with leaders capable of mobilizing and coordinating vast numbers of people. It suggests a society with specialized knowledge, astronomers, engineers, stonemasons, and a shared cultural or religious belief system that motivated such an enormous undertaking. The investment of labor and resources into Stonehenge was immense, indicating its profound importance to the communities that built and used it. The people who built Stonehenge were not primitive savages, but sophisticated farmers and herders. They lived in settled communities, cultivated crops like wheat and barley, and raised livestock such as cattle, sheep, and pigs. They had developed complex tool-making techniques, pottery, and textile production. Their understanding of the natural world, their environment, and the cycles of the heavens was far more advanced than often imagined. The landscape around Stonehenge itself holds many clues about these ancient people. The rolling green hills of Salisbury Plain, now largely open grassland, were once a mosaic of woodlands, clearings, and cultivated fields. The river Avon, winding its way through the valley, would have been a vital source of water and a potential transport route. The chalk bedrock beneath the surface provided a relatively stable foundation for the massive stones and was easily worked to create the ditches and banks of the earthworks. The climate during the Neolithic period was generally warmer and wetter than today, supporting lush vegetation and abundant wildlife. The people of Stonehenge would have lived in harmony with this environment, drawing sustenance from the land and observing the rhythms of nature. Their lives were intimately connected to the cycles of growth and decay, birth and death, which would have been reflected in their spiritual beliefs and practices. The enduring mystery of Stonehenge is not just about how it was built, but why. What drove these ancient people to invest so much effort, time, and resources into creating such a monumental structure? Was it a temple to the sun or moon, a burial ground for revered ancestors, a place of healing, a symbol of power and unity, or perhaps it was all of these things, its meaning evolving and deepening over the millennia? As the sun sets over Salisbury Plain, casting long shadows across the ancient stones, one can almost hear the echoes of ceremonies long past. The chants, the drums, the rustle of robes, the murmur of a crowd gathered to witness. The air would have been thick with anticipation, reverence, and a profound connection to the cosmos. The stones, silent witnesses to countless generations, hold these memories within their very fabric. The feeling of peace that emanates from Stonehenge is palpable, a quiet strength that transcends time. It is a place where the veil between worlds feels thin, where the wisdom of the ancients seems to whisper on the wind. The monumental achievement of its builders, their dedication to a vision that spanned centuries, continues to inspire awe and wonder. The gentle embrace of this ancient energy continues to envelop you. The whispers of history, the secrets of the stones, the vastness of the sky above, they all merge into a comforting presence. The journey into the heart of its mystery deepens, ever so slowly, ever so gently. The world outside begins to recede, becoming a distant echo as the profound stillness of this ancient place settles around you. The ancient energy of this remarkable place continues its gentle embrace. It settles around you, a profound stillness that invites a quiet contemplation. The air itself seems to hold the echoes of countless dawns and dusks, of seasons turning, of the very breath of time. Imagine the scent of the damp earth rising after a soft rain, mingling with the faint, distant perfume of wildflowers carried. This land, so steeped in history, speaks not in words, but in sensations, in the cool touch of air, the subtle shift of light, the quiet hum of existence. It is in this profound quietude that the imagination often turns to the figures who might have walked these plains, who might have understood the stones in ways we can only begin to fathom. The Druids, often associated with the mysteries of Stonehenge in popular imagination, emerge as wise, ancient figures in this mental landscape. They are envisioned as deeply connected to nature, to the rhythms of the earth, and to the grand celestial cycles above. Their wisdom, perhaps, was not merely of books, but of observation of the sun's path, the moon's phases, the dance of the stars across the night sky. Stonehenge, in this light, becomes more than just a monument of stone. It transforms into a sacred space, a place of profound spiritual and ceremonial significance. It is a testament to an ancient understanding, a deep reverence for the cosmos. Consider the winter solstice a pivotal moment in the year, a time of profound astronomical alignment. Imagine the shortest day, the longest night, and the anticipation of the sun's return. For the builders of Stonehenge, this was not merely a date on a calendar, but a cosmic event, a powerful turning point. Picture the sun, low on the horizon, its golden light beginning to touch the ancient stones. It rises, or perhaps sets, precisely through a carefully chosen gap or over a specific stone, marking the exact moment of the solstice. This meticulous planning, this precise alignment, speaks volumes about the knowledge and dedication of its creators. It suggests a people deeply attuned to the celestial clockwork, a society that understood the subtle interplay between earth and sky. Their lives, their beliefs, were interwoven with these grand cosmic events. Contemplate the lives of those who once gathered here. What rituals might have unfolded, what ceremonies might have taken place within the hallowed circle of sarsen and bluestone. The stones themselves seem to hold the echoes of these ancient gatherings, silent witnesses to millennia of human experience. The profound connection between Stonehenge and the natural world is undeniable. It is a structure that does not dominate the landscape, but rather integrates with it, becoming a part of the rolling hills and the vast expanse of the sky. It feels like an extension of the earth itself, reaching up towards the heavens. Perhaps Stonehenge was a place of healing, a site where the energy of the earth converged, offering solace and restoration. Or perhaps it was a place of spiritual power, where the veil between worlds felt thinner, where communion with the unseen was possible. Unseen was possible. The true secrets of Stonehenge may not be found in definitive answers, but in the feelings it evokes, in the sense of wonder it inspires. It is a place meant to be felt, to be experienced, rather than merely understood through logic alone. As the day begins its slow descent towards twilight, imagine the moon beginning to ascend. Its light, at first faint, then growing in intensity, casts long, dancing shadows across the massive sarsen stones. Each shadow moves with the moon's slow journey, creating a silent, ethereal ballet. The sacred purpose of Stonehenge, whatever its exact nature, was undoubtedly linked to these celestial observations. It was a place where earth met sky, where human endeavor mirrored cosmic order. The alignment of Stonehenge with celestial events, particularly the solstices, remains a central theme for contemplation. It grounds the monument in the eternal rhythms of the universe, connecting it to something far grander than human time. Imagine the golden light of the solstice, whether rising or setting, touching each ancient stone, illuminating its weathered surface, revealing the subtle textures and hues that millennia have etched upon it. This light, pure and ancient, seems to infuse the stones with a quiet energy. The ancient Druids, in this gentle imagining, are not merely historical figures, but guardians of an ancient wisdom, communing with nature and the stones, understanding the language of the cosmos. Their presence, though speculative, adds a layer of quiet reverence to the scene. There's an unbroken connection here between the land, the steadfast stones, and the boundless cosmos above. It is a tapestry woven from earth and starlight, a testament to enduring wonder. As the light continues to fade, imagine the first stars beginning to prick the darkening sky above Stonehenge. One by one, they emerge, tiny pinpricks of light against the deepening indigo, promising the vastness of the universe. The stones themselves seem to absorb the energy of the earth and sky, holding it within their ancient cores. They stand as silent sentinels, gathering the light of day and the mystery of night. Perhaps the spirits of the past, those who labored and worshipped here, still watch over this tranquil scene. Their presence is not one of disturbance, but of a quiet, enduring guardianship, a timeless echo in the air. The moon's gentle glow might soon fully illuminate the stones, transforming them into luminous silhouettes against the velvet blackness of the night sky. Each sarsen, each lintel, takes on a new dimension, a quiet majesty in the lunar light. Imagine standing within the inner circle, surrounded by these colossal forms. The air is still, perhaps carrying the faint scent of dew on grass. The silence is profound, broken only by the softest whisper of the wind. The stones in this quiet moment seem to hold the echoes of ancient ceremonies, of chanting voices, of rhythmic drums, of shared reverence under the vast, open sky. These echoes are not loud, but subtle, like a memory held in stone. Feel the earth's heartbeat resonating through the hills, a slow, steady rhythm that has pulsed for untold ages. It is a connection to the very foundation of this ancient land, a grounding presence. Stonehenge, in its profound simplicity, could be seen as a celestial observatory, a sophisticated instrument for tracking the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. Builders possessed an intricate knowledge of astronomy, far beyond what we often attribute to ancient peoples. The specific alignment of certain stones with significant astronomical events, like the solstice, is not accidental. It is a deliberate act, a conscious connection to the cosmic order. The spiritual significance Stonehenge held for its builders must have been immense. It was not merely a feat of engineering, but a sacred space, a focal point for their beliefs and their understanding of the universe. The concept of Druids as guardians of ancient wisdom fits seamlessly into this narrative. They are figures who understood the cycles, who interpreted the celestial messages, and who perhaps guided the ceremonies that unfolded within these sacred stones. Visualize the stars slowly appearing, one by one, then in their countless multitudes above the stone lintels. The Milky Way might stretch across the sky, a river of light flowing above the ancient monument, connecting it to the very fabric of the cosmos. The act of breathing, slow and steady, connects you to the ancient rhythms of the earth. Each inhale, each exhale mirrors the gentle pulse of the natural world, the ebb and flow of tides, the turning of seasons. The possibility of ancient ceremonies taking place here, though not explicitly detailed, adds to the aura of mystery and reverence. It suggests a vibrant, living history embedded within the very stones. Imagine the stones absorbing the soft light of the moon and the distant glimmer of the stars. They seem to drink in the celestial energy, holding it, reflecting it back in their silent, enduring presence. There's a feeling of being part of something much older, much grander than individual experience. A connection to the vast sweep of time, to the enduring mysteries of the universe. The solstice, in this context, becomes a moment of profound cosmic harmony, a perfect alignment that speaks of order and balance in the universe. It is a moment of deep peace. This reinforces the idea of natural cycles and rhythms as a pathway to rest. The slow, predictable turning of the earth, the phases of the moon, the procession of the seasons, all invite a deep, natural calm. The spiritual significance Stonehenge held for ancient communities was likely multifaceted, a place of worship, a burial ground, a ceremonial center, a cosmic calendar. Its purpose was perhaps as grand and complex as the universe it sought to mirror. The alignment of specific stones with celestial events, particularly the solstices, serves as a constant reminder of this profound connection. It is a testament to their understanding and their reverence. The concept of ancient Druids as potential guardians or observers of Stonehenge, though historically debated, adds a layer of quiet contemplation to the scene. They represent a deep, intuitive wisdom. There is no need for definitive historical claims here, only a gentle sense of mystery, an invitation to imagine. The quiet reverence that might have surrounded Stonehenge in ancient times is palpable. Picture the sky above Stonehenge, transitioning from the soft hues of twilight to a star-filled night. The colors deepen, the stars brighten, and the vastness of the heavens unfolds above the ancient stones. Consider the countless generations who have gazed upon Stonehenge, each finding their own meaning, their own connection to its enduring presence. You are part of this long, unbroken chain of wonder. The cyclical nature of time and the seasons, so beautifully mirrored by Stonehenge's alignments, offers a profound sense of continuity and peace. Everything returns, everything renews. Visualize the stars slowly appearing in the night sky above Stonehenge, one by one, then in their countless multitudes. Each star a distant sun, each a point of light in the vast cosmic ocean. The idea of ancient ceremonies or gatherings at the site, though not explicitly detailed, adds to the sense of history and human connection. It was a place of community, of shared experience. The moon, now higher in the sky, casts long, ethereal shadows among the sarsen stones. These shadows stretch and shift, creating a silent, ever-changing tableau of light and darkness. Any thoughts or worries, like wisps of cloud, can be released into the vastness of the night sky, carried away by the gentle currents of the air. They become small, distant, insignificant against the backdrop of eternity. The slow, deliberate turning of the earth, a metaphor for time itself, continues its ancient journey. It is a constant, unwavering motion, a source of deep, abiding peace. This gentle current carries you, ever so slowly, toward a profound and restorative stillness. The gentle current carries you, ever so slowly, towards a profound and restorative stillness. Imagine now this stillness as the very essence of the landscape surrounding Stonehenge. The rolling green hills, ancient and enduring, have witnessed countless dawns and dusks. They hold within their contours the echoes of time, a quiet testament to the passage of millennia. These hills are not merely geographical features. They are an integral part of the Stonehenge experience, shaping the views and the very atmosphere of the site. Their gentle slopes rise and fall, creating natural amphitheaters and hidden valleys. The chalk downs of Wiltshire, where Stonehenge stands, are a distinctive geological formation. They are composed of soft, white limestone, formed from the skeletal remains of tiny marine organisms over millions of years. This chalk bedrock gives the soil its characteristic pale color and its unique drainage properties. Rainwater filters through the porous chalk, creating underground aquifers that feed springs and streams. This constant flow of water has shaped the landscape over vast stretches of time, carving out the valleys and smoothing the hilltops. The vegetation on these chalk downs is also quite specific. Short, nutrient-poor grasslands dominate, grazed for centuries by sheep and other livestock. This grazing has prevented the growth of dense forests, maintaining the open, expansive character of the landscape. Wildflowers thrive in these chalk grasslands during the warmer months. Delicate orchids, vibrant bluebells, and cheerful cowslips of the fields, adding splashes of color to the verdant green. Their presence indicates a rich biodiversity, carefully managed over generations. The air here often carries the scent of damp earth and wild herbs, especially after a light rain. It is a clean, fresh aroma, invigorating yet calming, a natural perfume of the ancient land. The soundscape of the downs is equally subtle. The rustling of tall grasses in the breeze, the distant bleating of sheep, the call of a skylark high above, These are the natural melodies of this peaceful environment. They are sounds that have been heard here for thousands of years, unchanged by the march of human history. Consider the journey of the stones themselves, brought from distant lands to this very spot. The blue stones, for instance, traveled all the way from the Preseli Hills in Wales, a distance of over 150 miles. This incredible feat of ancient engineering speaks volumes about the determination and ingenuity of the people who built Stonehenge. The transportation of these stones was not a simple undertaking. It likely involved a combination of land and water routes. The stones, weighing several tons each, would have been moved using sledges, rollers, and perhaps even rafts on rivers and along the coast. Imagine the collective effort, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of individuals working together, hauling these massive rocks across challenging terrain. Their motivation must have been profound, driven by deep spiritual beliefs and a shared vision. The sarsen stones, the larger sandstone blocks, came from Marlborough Downs, a closer but still significant distance of about 20 miles. These stones are even heavier, with some weighing up to 50 tons. Moving them would have required immense strength and sophisticated techniques. The selection of these specific stones, both the blue stones and the sarsens, was not arbitrary. The blue stones, with their distinctive bluish-gray hue, may have been chosen for their perceived magical or healing properties. Some theories suggest they were considered sacred long before they were brought to Stonehenge. The sarsens, on the other hand, provided the sheer scale and structural integrity needed for the grand design. Their robust nature allowed for the creation of the monumental trilithons and the outer sarsen circle. The precise methods used to erect these massive stones remain a subject of ongoing debate and fascination. It is believed that ramps, levers, and counterweights were employed, along with a deep understanding of physics and engineering principles. The upright stones would have been maneuvered into prepared pits, then slowly tilted and pulled into their vertical positions. The lintel stones, placed horizontally across the top, would have been raised using earth ramps or scaffolding, then carefully slid into place. The joints used to secure the lintels, mortise and tenon joints, and tongue and groove joints, are remarkable examples of ancient craftsmanship. These carpentry-like connections provided stability and prevented the stones from shifting. The construction of Stonehenge was not a single event, but a process that unfolded over many centuries, spanning from around 3000 BC to 1500 BC. Different phases of building and modification reflect the evolving beliefs and practices of the people who used the site. The earliest phase involved the creation of a circular ditch and bank, known as the Aubrey Holes, which may have held wooden posts or even small blue stones. This initial enclosure marked the sacred space. Later phases saw the arrival of the blue stones and then the sarsens, gradually transforming the site into the iconic monument we recognize today. Each addition, each modification, contributed to the growing complexity and significance of Stonehenge. The alignment of the stones with the solstices is one of the most compelling aspects of Stonehenge. On the summer solstice, the rising sun aligns perfectly with the heel stone, casting its first rays into the heart of the monument. This astronomical alignment suggests a deep connection to the cycles of the sun and the seasons. It indicates that the builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of celestial movements, and that these observations were central to their spiritual or ritualistic practices. The winter solstice also holds significance, with the setting sun aligning with certain stones. These solar alignments would have marked important points in the agricultural calendar, guiding planting and harvesting. The solstices were likely times of great celebration and ceremony. drawing people from far and wide to witness the celestial spectacle and participate in rituals. The monument would have been a focal point for communal gatherings, reinforcing social bonds and shared beliefs. The concept of a sacred landscape extends beyond the immediate stone circle. The surrounding avenues, burial mounds, and other prehistoric sites form a complex network, all interconnected and purposeful. The avenue, a processional pathway leading to Stonehenge, suggests a ritualistic approach to the monument. It guided visitors from the river Avon, perhaps for ceremonial cleansing, towards the sacred stones. Nearby, Woodhenge, a timber circle, mirrors the design of Stonehenge in some ways, suggesting a complementary relationship between the two sites. Perhaps one was for the living, the other for the dead, or they served different ritual functions. The numerous burial mounds, known as barrows, scattered across the landscape indicate that this area was considered sacred ground for interring the deceased. These mounds often contain grave goods, offering insights into the lives and beliefs of the ancient people. The presence of these diverse archaeological features, ditches, banks, avenues, timber structures, and burial sites, paints a picture of a landscape imbued with meaning and ritual. It was a place where the physical and spiritual worlds converged. The people who built and used Stonehenge were not a single, monolithic culture. Over the centuries, different groups and traditions contributed to its evolution. They were likely skilled farmers, herders, and artisans living in organized communities. Their understanding of the natural world, their engineering prowess, and their spiritual depth are all reflected in the enduring mystery of Stonehenge. They left behind a legacy that continues to inspire awe and wonder. As the light begins to soften, imagine the ancient landscape bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. The shadows lengthen, accentuating the contours of the hills and the imposing forms of the stones. The air grows cooler, carrying the faint scent of evening dew. The sounds of the day begin to recede, replaced by the quiet hum of the night. It is a time for contemplation, for reflection, for a deep sense of peace. The vastness of the sky above, dotted with the first stars, mirrors the vastness of time that Stonehenge has witnessed. Each star, a distant sun, shines with a steady, unwavering light. This ancient place, with its silent stones and rolling hills, stands as a guardian of time. It whispers tales of human endeavor, of connection to the cosmos, and of the enduring power of belief. The gentle current of the night air continues its quiet journey, carrying with it the last vestiges of the day. It moves slowly, deliberately, a soft breath across the landscape. This current passes over the ancient stones, through the long grasses, and across the sleeping hills. It touches everything with a subtle, calming presence. Allow yourself to feel this quiet movement, this gentle flow. It is a rhythm as old as the earth itself, a constant, soothing motion. The world outside begins to fade, becoming less distinct, less demanding. The details soften, the edges blur, and a profound sense of tranquility settles over everything. This quiet, gentle current now carries you further into a deeper and more profound stillness, a space where thought gives way to a quiet knowing. The ancient pathways around Stonehenge are not just lines on a map. They are echoes of countless footsteps, trails worn smooth by time. These paths connect the great stone circles to distant barrows, to sacred springs, and to the winding rivers. They trace routes that have been followed for thousands of years. Imagine these paths, barely visible now, etched into the rolling green landscape. They whisper stories of journeys taken under starlit skies. The people of Stonehenge, the builders and the pilgrims, moved along these same routes. They carried offerings, they shared knowledge, they observed the movements of the sun and moon. Each path led to a purpose, to a gathering, or to a solitary moment of contemplation. The energy of their passage still lingers, a quiet hum in the air. These ancient routes were often aligned with celestial events. They pointed towards the summer solstice sunrise or the winter solstice sunset. This careful alignment shows a deep understanding of the cosmos. It reveals a profound connection between the earth and the heavens. The landscape itself was a sacred map. Every hill, every valley, every stream held significance. The paths were arteries, carrying life and meaning through this ancient world. They were conduits for ceremony, for procession, for quiet pilgrimage. The gentle slopes of the Salisbury Plain cradled these routes. The chalk bedrock beneath absorbed the weight of history. The wind moved freely across these open spaces, carrying whispers from afar. It carried the scent of wild grasses, the distant call of a bird. These paths were not rushed. They were walked with intention, with reverence. Each step was a part of a larger, timeless rhythm. The journey was as important as the destination. This quiet, ancient wisdom now surrounds you. It settles like a soft mist, guiding you deeper into tranquility. The whispered path continues, leading you gently onward. The ancient stones stand silent, holding the secrets of the ages. The stones stand silent, watching over the sleeping land. The stones stand silent, watching over the sleeping land, their weathered surfaces bearing the indelible marks of millennia. Each groove and lichen patch a testament to countless sunrises and sunsets witnessed from their imposing positions on Salisbury Plain. These monumental sarsen and bluestone structures, meticulously arranged in concentric patterns, represent an extraordinary feat of prehistoric engineering and an enduring enigma that has captivated archaeologists, historians, and mystics for centuries, prompting endless speculation about their original purpose and the sophisticated society that conceived and constructed them. The sheer scale of the undertaking, particularly the transportation and erection of stones weighing many tons, underscores a profound level of social organization, communal effort, and perhaps even a shared spiritual or astronomical understanding among the Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples who dedicated generations to its creation. One of the most remarkable aspects of Stonehenge is the distinct difference between the two primary types of stone used in its construction: the massive sarsen stones and the smaller, yet incredibly significant bluestones. The sarsen stones, which form the iconic outer circle and the inner horseshoe of trilithons, are a type of silicified sandstone found naturally in abundance across the Marlborough Downs, approximately 20 miles to the north of Stonehenge, presenting a logistical challenge of immense proportions for their transport. These colossal sarsens, some weighing up to 50 tons, were likely moved using a combination of sledges, ropes, and rollers, painstakingly dragged across the undulating landscape by hundreds, if not thousands, of people, a process that would have demanded extraordinary coordination and perseverance. The bluestones, on the other hand, though smaller in stature, averaging between 2 and 4 tons each, pose an even greater mystery regarding their origin and transport, as geological analysis has definitively traced them to the Preseli Hills in West Wales, a staggering distance of about 140 miles from Salisbury Plain. The journey of the bluestones from West Wales to Stonehenge represents one of the most astonishing prehistoric achievements known, suggesting a deep-seated cultural or spiritual significance attached to these particular rocks that justified such an arduous and perilous undertaking. While the precise method of their transportation remains a subject of ongoing debate and archaeological experimentation, leading theories propose that they were initially quarried and then moved overland to the Bristol Channel, where they might have been loaded onto rafts or boats and navigated along the coast and up rivers such as the Avon, before being finally dragged overland for the last leg of their journey. Alternatively, some researchers suggest an entirely overland route, a truly monumental task considering the challenging terrain and the weight of the stones, implying an unparalleled determination driven by beliefs that we can only begin to surmise. The fact that these specific bluestones, with their distinctive geological properties, were chosen from such a remote location, rather than utilizing more readily available local stone, strongly indicates that their intrinsic qualities, perhaps their sound when struck or their perceived healing properties, held immense importance for the builders of Stonehenge. The construction of Stonehenge was not a singular event, but rather a prolonged process spanning several distinct phases over approximately 1,500 years, beginning around 3000 BC and continuing into the early Bronze Age, demonstrating a continuous cultural investment in this sacred landscape. The earliest phase, known as Stonehenge I, involved the creation of a large circular ditch and bank enclosure, measuring about 360 feet in diameter, with an inner ring of 56 pits, famously known as the Aubrey Holes, which may have originally held upright timber posts or perhaps even the first bluestones before their later rearrangement. Within this initial enclosure, cremation burials have been discovered, suggesting that Stonehenge served as a significant burial ground from its earliest inception, marking it as a place of profound spiritual importance for the deceased and their communities. Around 2500 BC, the monument underwent its most dramatic transformation during Stonehenge II, when the massive sarsen stones were brought to the site and erected to form the iconic outer circle and the inner horseshoe of 5 towering trilithons, each consisting of 2 vertical uprights capped by a horizontal lintel stone. The precision with which these enormous stones were dressed and fitted, utilizing mortise and tenon joints to secure the lintels onto the uprights and tongue and groove joints to connect the lintels to each other, reveals an advanced understanding of carpentry techniques applied to stone, a testament to the ingenuity of the prehistoric engineers. Simultaneously, or shortly thereafter, the bluestones were introduced and arranged in a double arc within the sarsen circle, though their exact configuration during this phase is still debated, as they were later re-erected in a different pattern. The final major phase of construction, Stonehenge III, saw further rearrangements of the bluestones into the horseshoe and circular settings that are largely visible today, with some bluestones placed within the sarsen horseshoe and others forming an inner bluestone circle, indicating a continued evolution of the monument's design and perhaps its ceremonial function. Throughout these construction phases, the surrounding landscape was also being shaped with the creation of processional avenues, such as the Stonehenge Avenue, a 1.75-mile-long earthwork leading from the monument to the River Avon, suggesting that the approach to Stonehenge was an integral part of the ritual experience. This avenue, aligned with the summer solstice sunrise and winter solstice sunset, reinforces the strong astronomical orientation of the monument, a feature that has long fascinated researchers and continues to be a central aspect of its mystique. The astronomical alignments of Stonehenge are among its most compelling features, providing strong evidence that its builders possessed a sophisticated understanding of celestial movements and meticulously engineered the monument to mark significant solar and lunar events. The most famous alignment is with the summer solstice sunrise, where on the longest day of the year, the sun rises directly over the heel stone, casting its first rays into the heart of the monument, illuminating the central altar stone. Conversely, at the winter solstice, the sun sets precisely between the two uprights of the largest trilithon in the Sarsen horseshoe, an equally significant alignment that suggests a dual focus on both the beginning and end of the solar year. These precise alignments are not coincidental. They require careful planning, observation over many years, and an intimate knowledge of the sun's annual path across the sky, implying that Stonehenge functioned as a complex calendar or observatory. Beyond the solar alignments, there is also evidence suggesting potential lunar alignments. Although these are more complex and subject to greater scholarly debate, involving the monument's axis pointing towards the major standstill of the moon. The intricate interplay between the stones and the celestial bodies indicates that Stonehenge was likely a focal point for ceremonies and rituals tied to the changing seasons, agricultural cycles, and perhaps even the spiritual journey of life, death, and rebirth. The precise observation of the solstices would have been crucial for an agrarian society, marking the optimal times for planting and harvesting, but also carrying profound symbolic weight as moments of transition and renewal. The purpose of Stonehenge remains one of the most enduring mysteries, with various theories proposed over the centuries, ranging from a temple for sun worship to a healing center, a burial ground, or even an ancient computer for predicting astronomical events. The presence of numerous burial mounds and cremation remains within and around the monument, particularly in the earlier phases, strongly supports its role as a significant necropolis, a sacred place for the dead and their ancestors. The careful placement of bodies, sometimes accompanied by grave goods, suggests a belief in an afterlife and a reverence for those interred within its hallowed grounds. Another prominent theory posits that Stonehenge functioned as a healing center, drawing pilgrims from across ancient Britain to seek cures from its mystical bluestones, which were believed to possess therapeutic properties. The geological origin of the bluestones in the Preseli Hills, an area known for its natural springs and ancient healing traditions, lends credence to this idea, suggesting that the stones themselves were imbued with a special power. Archaeological evidence, such as the discovery of individuals with injuries or illnesses who were buried at Stonehenge, further supports the notion that it was a destination for those seeking relief from ailments. The idea of Stonehenge as a grand ceremonial complex, a place where people gathered for feasts, rituals, and communal celebrations, is also widely accepted, supported by the discovery of large quantities of animal bones from feasting events. These gatherings, likely timed with the solstices or other significant astronomical events, would have fostered social cohesion, reinforced communal identity, and provided opportunities for trade and exchange among disparate communities. The monument's imposing presence and its astronomical alignments would have created a powerful and awe-inspiring setting for such collective experiences. The identity of Stonehenge's builders has also been a subject of much speculation, with early theories attributing its construction to the Romans or even the mythical wizard Merlin. But modern archaeology has firmly established that it was built by indigenous Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples. These prehistoric societies, though lacking metal tools and advanced machinery, possessed sophisticated knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and social organization, enabling them to conceive and execute such an ambitious project. The successive generations of builders, each contributing to the monument's evolution, reflect a continuous cultural tradition and a shared vision that transcended individual lifetimes. The role of the Druids, the priestly class of ancient Celtic Britain, has often been romantically associated with Stonehenge, largely due to the writings of antiquarians in the 17th and 18th centuries. However, archaeological evidence clearly indicates that Stonehenge was largely completed by around 1500 BC, long before the emergence of the Celtic Druids in Britain, whose earliest verifiable presence dates to the Iron Age, around 500 BC. While the Druids may have held ceremonies at Stonehenge in later periods, they were not its original builders or primary users, a distinction that is crucial for understanding the true timeline of the monument's history. Despite this historical inaccuracy, the image of robed Druids performing rituals at Stonehenge continues to be a powerful and enduring cultural trope, particularly during modern solstice celebrations. The landscape surrounding Stonehenge is as integral to its story as the stones themselves, forming a vast archaeological complex that reveals a rich tapestry of prehistoric life and ritual. The Stonehenge World Heritage Site encompasses not only the stone circle, but also numerous other significant monuments, including the Cursus, a mysterious elongated earthwork dating to the Neolithic period, and Dington Walls, a massive henge enclosure and settlement site located just 2 miles northeast of Stonehenge. Dington Walls, with its large timber circles and evidence of extensive feasting, is believed to have been a major settlement and ceremonial center, perhaps a city of the living that complemented Stonehenge, the domain of the dead. The discovery of the avenue leading from Stonehenge to the River Avon, and another avenue connecting Dington Walls to the river, suggests a ritual landscape where the river played a crucial role, perhaps as a processional route for people or even for the bluestones themselves. The alignment of the timber circles at Dington Walls with the winter solstice sunrise and the summer solstice sunset, mirroring the alignments at Stonehenge, further strengthens the connection between these two monumental sites, suggesting a complementary relationship in their ceremonial functions. This interconnected landscape speaks to a highly organized and ritualized society that invested immense resources and labor into shaping their environment for spiritual and communal purposes. The preservation of Stonehenge has been a continuous effort, evolving from early antiquarian interest to modern archaeological conservation, ensuring that this irreplaceable monument endures for future generations. In the early 20th century, the site underwent significant restoration work to re-erect fallen stones and stabilize leaning ones, a process that involved careful archaeological recording and engineering expertise. These interventions, while sometimes controversial, were essential for preventing further decay and collapse, allowing us to still witness the grandeur of the monument today. Modern archaeological techniques, including remote sensing, geophysical surveys, and advanced dating methods, continue to reveal new insights into Stonehenge and its surrounding landscape, constantly expanding our understanding of its complexities. The Stonehenge Hidden Landscape Project, for example, has used cutting-edge technology to map thousands of previously unknown archaeological features beneath the surface, painting an even more detailed picture of the ancient activities that took place there. These discoveries underscore that Stonehenge is not a static relic, but a dynamic site that continues to yield new secrets with every generation of researchers. The cultural significance of Stonehenge extends far beyond its archaeological value, serving as a powerful symbol of human ingenuity, ancient wisdom, and our enduring connection to the past. It inspires artists, writers, and musicians, and continues to draw millions of visitors from around the world, each seeking to connect with its profound sense of history and mystery. The annual summer and winter solstice gatherings at Stonehenge, though modern traditions, echo the ancient ceremonies that once took place there, demonstrating a contemporary desire to reconnect with the rhythms of nature and the celestial dance that so captivated its original builders. The very act of standing before these ancient stones, feeling the weight of history and the silent power emanating from their weathered surfaces, evokes a sense of wonder and humility, reminding us of the vastness of time and the enduring legacies of human endeavor. The precise craftsmanship, the monumental scale, and the profound astronomical alignments all speak to a society that possessed a deep reverence for the natural world and a sophisticated understanding of its cosmic order, a wisdom that resonates through the ages. The mysteries of Stonehenge, though perhaps never fully unraveled, continue to invite contemplation and inspire awe, a timeless testament to the human spirit's quest for meaning and connection within the grand tapestry of existence. The intricate mortise and tenon joints, resembling the woodworking techniques of a master carpenter, were meticulously carved into the sarsen stones, allowing the massive lintels to be securely fitted onto the uprights, preventing them from shifting or falling over time. This sophisticated engineering solution, applied to stone on such a grand scale, highlights an advanced level of technical skill and foresight among the prehistoric builders, demonstrating their ability to plan and execute complex architectural designs. The lintels themselves were not merely placed, but were often shaped with a slight curve, creating a subtle optical illusion that makes the circle appear perfectly round when viewed from a distance, a testament to the aesthetic sensibilities of the monument creators. The altar stone, a large block of Welsh sandstone, lies recumbent within the inner bluestone horseshoe, its original upright position and function still debated, though its central placement suggests a pivotal role in the monument's ceremonial activities. This unique stone, distinct from both the sarsens and the other bluestones, adds another layer of geological and symbolic complexity to Stonehenge, indicating a deliberate selection of diverse materials for specific ritual purposes. Its presence further reinforces the idea that the monument was a carefully curated collection of stones, each chosen for its particular properties or origin. The slaughter stone, a large sarsen lying flat near the entrance to the monument, often appears reddish after rain, leading to its evocative name, though there is no archaeological evidence to suggest it was ever used for sacrifices. Its prominent position, just inside the bank and ditch, suggests it may have marked a specific point of entry or played a role in the processional approach to the central stone settings. The nomenclature of many Stonehenge features, often coined by early antiquarians, reflects the romantic and sometimes macabre interpretations of the past, which have since been refined by rigorous archaeological investigation. The heel stone, a solitary sarsen standing outside the main circle, is famously aligned with the summer solstice sunrise, marking the precise point on the horizon where the sun appears on the longest day of the year. This stone, also known as the Friar's Heel, is surrounded by a small ditch and bank, indicating its deliberate placement and importance as a sighting marker for astronomical observations. The alignment with the heel stone is so precise that it strongly suggests a primary function of Stonehenge as a solar observatory, designed to track the annual cycle of the sun. The station stones, for smaller sarsen stones forming a rectangle around the main monument, are believed to have marked key points for astronomical observations, possibly related to lunar standstills or other celestial phenomena. Their precise positioning within the overall layout suggests a sophisticated understanding of geometry and celestial mechanics, allowing the builders to create a complex system for tracking both solar and lunar cycles. These seemingly modest stones play a crucial role in understanding the full astronomical potential of Stonehenge. The construction of the surrounding ditch and bank, the earliest phase of Stonehenge, involved the excavation of thousands of cubic meters of chalk using deer antler picks and ox shoulder blades, demonstrating the sheer manual labor and rudimentary tools employed by the Neolithic builders. The circular enclosure, with its internal bank and external ditch, would have defined the sacred space, separating it from the mundane world and creating a boundary for ritual activities. This initial phase established the foundational geometry upon which all subsequent monumental structures were built. The Aubrey holes, the ring of 56 pits discovered within the bank and ditch, are named after John Aubrey, who first recorded them in the 17th century, and their original purpose remains one of Stonehenge's enduring enigmas. While some theories suggest they held wooden posts or even the first blue stones, others propose they were used for ritual burials or as a counting device for predicting eclipses, highlighting the diverse interpretations of their function. The careful and regular spacing of these pits suggests a deliberate design and a specific, though now lost, purpose. The discovery of the Boscombe Bowmen, a group of 7 individuals buried near Stonehenge with distinctive flint arrowheads and bone buckles, indicates connections between the monument and communities from as far as continental Europe, suggesting a wide network of cultural exchange. These burials, dating to the early Bronze Age, provide valuable insights into the people who lived and died in the vicinity of Stonehenge, revealing their material culture, burial practices, and potential origins. The presence of non-local individuals further emphasizes the monument's regional and possibly international significance. The Amesbury Archer, another significant burial discovered near Stonehenge, was found with an astonishing array of grave goods, including gold ornaments, copper knives, and flint tools, indicating a person of high status and wealth. Isotope analysis of his teeth revealed that he grew up in the alpine regions of Central Europe, making him one of the earliest known immigrants to Britain and further demonstrating the international connections of the Stonehenge landscape during the early Bronze Age. His burial, rich in artifacts, speaks to the social hierarchies and material culture of the period. The Stonehenge Cursus, a massive linear earthwork stretching for nearly 2 miles to the north of Stonehenge, dates to an earlier Neolithic period than the stone circle itself, suggesting a long history of ritual activity in the landscape. Its exact purpose is unknown, but theories range from a processional route to a territorial marker or even an astronomical observatory, demonstrating the complexity of the prehistoric landscape. The sheer scale of the cursus, requiring immense communal effort to construct, points to its profound significance for the early Neolithic communities. Dwington Walls, a monumental henge enclosure located near Stonehenge, contains several large timber circles, including Woodhenge, which mirrored the circular layout of Stonehenge but was constructed from massive wooden posts. This site, dating to the same period as the main Sarsen construction at Stonehenge, is believed to have been a major settlement and ceremonial complex for the builders, perhaps a city of the living that contrasted with Stonehenge as a domain of the dead. The discovery of extensive feasting remains at Dwington Walls indicates large communal gatherings and celebrations. The Avenue, a processional route connecting Stonehenge to the River Avon, was flanked by parallel ditches and banks, creating a defined pathway for rituals and ceremonies. This ancient trackway, aligned with the summer solstice sunrise, suggests that the journey to Stonehenge was as important as the destination itself, forming an integral part of the ritual experience. The avenue's existence highlights the careful planning and deliberate shaping of the landscape to enhance the monument's ceremonial function. The various phases of Stonehenge's construction reflect a continuous evolution of its design and purpose, adapting to the changing beliefs and practices of successive generations over many centuries. From its initial role as a burial ground to its later function as a sophisticated astronomical observatory and ceremonial center, Stonehenge was a dynamic monument that remained central to the spiritual and social lives of the prehistoric communities. This prolonged period of construction and modification underscores the enduring significance of the site. The acoustic properties of Stonehenge have also been explored. with some researchers suggesting that the arrangement of the stones may have amplified or directed sounds, creating a unique auditory experience during rituals. The resonant qualities of certain stones and the way sound might have reverberated within the enclosed space could have contributed to the monument's mystical atmosphere. This aspect adds another sensory dimension to our understanding of how ancient peoples experienced Stonehenge. The concept of skyscape archaeology is increasingly being applied to Stonehenge, examining how the monument interacted with the celestial sphere and how ancient peoples perceived and incorporated the heavens into their worldview. This approach considers not only precise astronomical alignments, but also the broader cultural and mythological significance of the sun, moon, and stars in prehistoric societies. Stonehenge stands as a prime example of a monument deeply integrated with its cosmic environment. The enduring mystery of Stonehenge continues to inspire new research and interpretations, ensuring that this ancient monument remains a vibrant subject of study and contemplation for generations to come. Each new discovery, each refined theory, adds another layer to our understanding of the sophisticated societies that built it and the profound meanings it held for them. The stones, silent yet eloquent, continue to whisper their secrets across the vast expanse of time. The profound astronomical alignments, particularly with the solstices, represent just one facet of Stonehenge's intricate design and purpose, suggesting a society deeply attuned to the rhythms of the cosmos and possessing advanced observational capabilities long before the advent of written astronomy. The summer solstice sunrise, which perfectly bisects the heel stone when viewed from the center of the monument, and the winter solstice sunset, aligning with the main axis of the monument, demonstrate a deliberate architectural intention to mark these pivotal moments in the annual celestial cycle. This precise alignment implies a sophisticated understanding of solar mechanics and the ability to predict these events with remarkable accuracy, which would have been crucial for agricultural planning, religious ceremonies, and the establishment of a communal calendar. The very act of constructing such a massive edifice to track these celestial phenomena speaks volumes about the importance of timekeeping and cosmic order to the Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples who engineered Stonehenge. Beyond the well-known solar alignments, researchers have also explored potential lunar alignments. Though these are far more complex and debated due to the moon's more erratic 18.6-year cycle of rising and setting positions, which presents a far greater observational challenge than the sun's predictable annual path. Some theories propose that the 4 station stones, 2 mounds and 2 stones forming a rectangle within the Sarsen circle, might have marked the extreme positions of the moonrise and moonset during its major and minor standstills, indicating an even more profound and long-term astronomical observation project. If these lunar alignments were indeed intentional, they would signify an astonishing level of dedication to celestial mechanics, requiring generations of meticulous observation and record-keeping to discern and then encode into the monument's layout. The sheer scale of such an endeavor underscores the intellectual prowess and communal effort invested in understanding the heavens, transforming the landscape into a grand observatory. The construction phases of Stonehenge, spanning over 1,500 years, reveal a dynamic evolution of design and purpose, beginning with the earliest earthworks around 3000 BC and culminating in the iconic Sarsen and bluestone circles we largely see today. The earliest phase, known as Stonehenge I, involved the excavation of the circular ditch and bank enclosure, approximately 110 meters in diameter, with an inner ring of 56 pits, now famously called the Aubrey Holes, named after the 17th century antiquarian John Aubrey, who first recorded them. These Aubrey holes, originally thought to have held timber posts, have more recently been found to contain cremated human remains, suggesting that Stonehenge initially served as a significant cremation cemetery for elite individuals during the early Neolithic period. The presence of these burials indicates a profound spiritual or ritual significance attached to the site from its very inception, establishing it as a sacred place long before the massive stones arrived. Following this initial phase, Stonehenge too saw the first introduction of stones, specifically the smaller blue stones, which were transported an astonishing distance of over 200 kilometers from the Preseli Hills in West Wales. The logistical challenge of moving approximately 80 blue stones, each weighing between 2 and 4 tons, across varied terrain and potentially by sea, represents an unparalleled feat of engineering and communal organization for the period. While the exact method of transport remains a subject of intense debate, whether dragged on sledges, rolled on logs, or floated on rafts, the sheer effort involved suggests that these stones possessed a unique and profound significance, perhaps due to their geological properties, their perceived healing powers, or their connection to an ancestral homeland. The blue stones were initially arranged in a double arc or circle within the Aubrey holes, though this configuration was later dismantled and re-erected in subsequent phases, demonstrating a continuous reimagining and rebuilding of the sacred space. The most dramatic transformation occurred during Stonehenge III, beginning around 2600 BC, with the arrival of the colossal sarsen stones from Marlborough Downs, a mere 30 kilometers to the north, yet still requiring immense effort to quarry, shape, and transport. These massive sarsens, some weighing up to 50 tons, were meticulously dressed and shaped using stone tools, exhibiting sophisticated masonry techniques such as mortise and tenon joints and tongue and groove connections to secure the horizontal lintels atop the vertical uprights. This architectural sophistication, reminiscent of woodworking techniques, ensured the stability and longevity of the monumental structure, showcasing an advanced understanding of structural engineering. The sarsen phase saw the creation of the iconic outer circle of uprights and lintels, and the inner horseshoe of 5 towering trilithons, each consisting of 2 vertical sarsens capped by a single lintel, forming the majestic core of the monument. The precision with which these enormous stones were quarried, shaped, and erected speaks to a highly organized society with a clear vision and the collective labor force to execute it, likely involving hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals over many years. The dressing of the stones, particularly the smooth inner faces of the sarsen circle and the trilithons, indicates a desire for aesthetic perfection and a deep understanding of how light would interact with the polished surfaces during specific celestial events. The sheer scale and enduring presence of the sarsen structure, which has largely survived for millennia, stand as a testament to the ingenuity and perseverance of its builders, whose knowledge of geometry, engineering, and astronomy was far more advanced than previously imagined. The purpose of Stonehenge has been a subject of endless speculation, evolving from early theories of Druidic temples to modern archaeological interpretations encompassing astronomical observatories, ritualistic healing centers, and ancestral burial grounds. While the popular association with the Druids, a Celtic priestly class from the Iron Age, is largely a romanticized notion propagated by antiquarians like William Stukeley in the 18th century, it is historically inaccurate as the Druids emerged millennia after Stonehenge's primary construction phases. The monument's true builders were Neolithic and early Bronze Age peoples, whose spiritual beliefs and societal structures remain largely unwritten, leaving archaeologists to piece together their world through material culture and contextual evidence. One compelling theory, supported by the discovery of numerous cremated remains within the Aubrey holes and around the monument, suggests that Stonehenge functioned as a ceremonial burial ground and a place of veneration for ancestors. The deliberate placement of human remains, particularly during the early phases, indicates a profound connection between the living and the dead, perhaps serving as a focal point for communal memory and identity. The act of bringing ancestors' ashes to this sacred site would have reinforced social bonds and provided a tangible link to the past, grounding the community in its heritage. The presence of grave goods, though rare, offers tantalizing glimpses into the social hierarchy and beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife among these ancient peoples. Another interpretation posits Stonehenge as a powerful healing center, drawing pilgrims from across the British Isles, a theory bolstered by the discovery of bluestone fragments used as amulets and the analysis of human remains showing evidence of illness or injury. The bluestones, originating from the Preseli Hills, are known to have certain acoustic properties and were perhaps believed to possess inherent magical or curative powers, making the journey to Stonehenge a spiritual quest for restoration. The wear patterns on some bluestones suggest they were frequently touched or rubbed, perhaps as part of healing rituals, further supporting the idea of the monument as a therapeutic destination. The concept of a sacred landscape imbued with healing energy would have been a powerful draw, attracting individuals seeking solace or remedy in a world where medicine was rudimentary. The landscape surrounding Stonehenge, known as the Stonehenge World Heritage Site, is itself a rich archaeological tapestry, revealing a complex network of ceremonial avenues, burial mounds, and other prehistoric features that are intrinsically linked to the main stone circle. The avenue, a 3-kilometer-long processional pathway delineated by parallel ditches and banks, connects Stonehenge to the River Avon, suggesting a ritualistic approach to the monument, perhaps involving waterborne processions or ceremonial bathing. This grand approach would have amplified the dramatic reveal of Stonehenge, transforming the journey into a significant part of the ritual experience. The alignment of the avenue with the summer solstice sunrise further reinforces its ceremonial importance, guiding participants toward the heart of the sacred space at a pivotal moment in the year. Within the wider landscape, hundreds of burial mounds, known as barrows, that the rolling plains, indicating a long tradition of internment and a profound respect for the dead. These barrows, ranging from early Neolithic long barrows to later Bronze Age round barrows, represent centuries of continuous use of the area as a sacred burial ground, reinforcing the idea of Stonehenge as a focal point within a broader mortuary landscape. The clustering of these burial sites around Stonehenge suggests that proximity to the monumental stone circle was highly desirable, perhaps conferring prestige or ensuring a direct connection to the spiritual power emanating from the stones. The sheer density of these ancient graves speaks to the enduring sanctity of the region for millennia, making it a sacred landscape for generations. Dington Walls, a massive Neolithic henge enclosure located just 3 kilometers northeast of Stonehenge, provides crucial context for understanding the daily lives and rituals of the people who built and used Stonehenge. This enormous earthwork, approximately 500 meters in diameter, enclosed a large settlement of timber houses and several timber circles, including the impressive southern circle, which was aligned with the winter solstice sunrise. Archaeological evidence from Dington Walls, including vast quantities of animal bones, particularly pigs, suggests that it was a site of large-scale feasting and communal gatherings, especially during the winter solstice. The stark contrast between the timber architecture of Dington Walls and the stone monument of Stonehenge has led to theories that the former represented the land of the living, a vibrant place of feasting and community, while Stonehenge represented the land of the dead, a solemn place of ancestral veneration and celestial observation. The discovery of the Stonehenge archer, a wealthy individual buried with a remarkable array of grave goods, including gold ornaments, copper knives, and flint arrowheads, near Stonehenge in 2002, provided invaluable insights into the social stratification and material culture of the early Bronze Age. Analysis of his tooth enamel revealed that he grew up in the Alpine region of Europe, indicating long-distance migration and cultural exchange, suggesting that individuals from far-flung lands were drawn to or involved with Stonehenge. This discovery challenges previous notions of isolated prehistoric communities, revealing a more interconnected world where people, ideas, and precious goods traveled vast distances. The archer's rich burial, unparalleled in Britain at the time, hints at a society with distinct social hierarchies and individuals of significant status, perhaps even leaders or shamans, who played a crucial role in the monument's ongoing use and significance. The intricate art of stone dressing, evident on the sarsen stones, involves sophisticated techniques to achieve their remarkably smooth surfaces and precise interlocking joints. Using harder stone tools, such as sarsen hammerstones and mauls, the builders meticulously pecked, ground, and polished the surfaces of the massive sarsens, a labor-intensive process that would have required immense skill and patience. The mortise and tenon joints, where a projection, tenon, on one stone fits into a corresponding hole, mortise, on another, are particularly noteworthy, demonstrating a mastery of structural engineering that ensured the stability of the lintels atop the uprights. This level of craftsmanship, typically associated with woodworking, indicates a transfer of knowledge and techniques to stone, highlighting the ingenuity of the builders. The subtle curvature of the sarsen lintels, which creates an optical illusion of straightness when viewed from a distance, further underscores the aesthetic sophistication and deliberate design choices made by the ancient engineers. The acoustics of Stonehenge, though difficult to fully reconstruct, have been a subject of fascinating research, with some theories suggesting that the arrangement of the stones might have created unique soundscapes that enhanced ritualistic experiences. The dense sarsen circle, with its closely spaced uprights and lintels, could have acted as a sound reflector, amplifying voices, musical instruments, or ritualistic chants within the enclosure. Experiments with scale models and acoustic simulations have shown that certain frequencies might have resonated within the stone circle, creating an immersive auditory environment that would have been profoundly impactful for participants in ceremonies. The potential for sound manipulation adds another layer to the monument's multi-sensory purpose, transforming it into not just a visual spectacle, but also an acoustic one, capable of evoking powerful emotional and spiritual responses. The decline in Stonehenge's use and its eventual abandonment as a primary ceremonial site around 1500 BC marks a significant shift in prehistoric British society, likely influenced by changing religious practices, environmental factors, and the emergence of new cultural centers. While the monument continued to be visited and revered in some capacity for centuries, its intensive construction and ritualistic use gradually diminished, signaling a transition from the Bronze Age into the Iron Age. The exact reasons for this decline remain speculative, but it may have been linked to the depletion of local resources, shifts in political power, or the adoption of new belief systems that no longer prioritized monumental stone architecture. Despite its diminished active use, Stonehenge never entirely lost its mystique, remaining a powerful symbol in the landscape and a source of wonder for subsequent generations, who often added their own interpretations and folklore to its enigmatic presence. The ongoing preservation and archaeological investigation of Stonehenge are critical for safeguarding this irreplaceable World Heritage Site and continuing to unlock its many secrets, employing advanced technologies and interdisciplinary approaches. Modern archaeological techniques, such as geophysical surveys, LIDAR scanning, and ground-penetrating radar, allow researchers to map subsurface features without disturbing the ground, revealing previously unknown structures and patterns in the landscape. These non-invasive methods provide an unprecedented understanding of the vast network of prehistoric activity surrounding Stonehenge, painting a more complete picture of its context and evolution. The meticulous conservation efforts ensure the structural integrity of the standing stones, protecting them from environmental erosion and human impact, thereby preserving this ancient marvel for future generations to study and appreciate. The study of ancient DNA extracted from human remains found at Stonehenge and in the surrounding area is beginning to shed light on the genetic origins and migration patterns of the people who built and used the monument. Early analyses suggest connections to continental Europe, particularly the movement of farming communities from Anatolia and later migrations from the Pontic Steppe, indicating a complex demographic history for the British Isles during the Neolithic and Bronze Ages. These genetic studies are providing a biological dimension to archaeological findings, helping to identify the ancestral lineages of the builders and understand the broader population movements that shaped prehistoric Britain. The ability to trace genetic markers offers a powerful new tool for reconstructing the social and cultural dynamics of these ancient societies, adding a personal touch to the grand narrative of Stonehenge. The role of timber structures, particularly the large timber circles found at sites like Woodhenge and Dington Walls, provides a fascinating counterpoint to the stone architecture of Stonehenge, suggesting a dualistic approach to sacred space in the Neolithic landscape. Woodhenge, a timber monument located just over 1 mile northeast of Stonehenge, consisted of 6 concentric rings of timber posts, some of which were massive, mirroring the circular layout of its stone counterpart. The rapid decay of timber means that these structures are largely known through post holes, but their scale and alignment with celestial events, such as the summer solstice sunrise at Woodhenge, indicate their profound ceremonial importance. The use of both perishable timber and enduring stone might reflect different aspects of religious belief or different types of rituals, with timber perhaps associated with the living and the cyclical nature of life, and stone with the eternal and the ancestral. The discovery of the Blue Stonehenge site near the River Avon, consisting of a circle of bluestone post holes, suggests that some of the bluestones originally intended for Stonehenge may have been erected there first before being moved to their final position within the main monument. This provides further evidence of the dynamic and evolving nature of the Stonehenge complex, with stones being repurposed and rearranged over centuries, indicating a continuous process of ritual innovation and architectural modification. The presence of this earlier bluestone circle near the river also reinforces the importance of the River Avon as a sacred conduit, perhaps used for the ceremonial arrival of the bluestones or as a boundary between different ritual zones. The understanding that Stonehenge was not a static, single-phase construction, but rather a constantly reinterpreted and rebuilt sacred landscape adds depth to its historical narrative. The debate surrounding the exact quarrying methods for the sarsen stones from Marlborough Downs highlights the ingenuity and collaborative effort required to extract these massive blocks from the ground. It is believed that a combination of fire and water was used to weaken the sarsen bedrock, followed by the use of large hammerstones and levers to detach the desired blocks. Once quarried, The rough sarsens would have been dressed and shaped on site before being transported, a process that would have involved hundreds of people pulling on ropes and using rollers or sledges. The sheer scale of this operation, from quarry to final erection, underscores the highly organized nature of the communities involved, requiring meticulous planning, resource management, and communal dedication over extended periods. The concept of a Stonehenge culture, or a distinct group of people solely responsible for its construction, is increasingly being replaced by a more nuanced understanding of a complex, evolving society drawing on diverse influences and skills across the British Isles and beyond. The long construction period, spanning many generations, suggests that the project was a continuous undertaking, passed down through oral traditions and collective memory, rather than the singular vision of one leader or group. The evidence of trade, migration, and cultural exchange indicates that the knowledge, labor, and materials for Stonehenge came from a wide geographical area, reflecting a dynamic and interconnected prehistoric world. This broader perspective emphasizes the monument as a collaborative achievement of many communities, rather than the isolated creation of a single, homogeneous culture. The precise engineering required to erect the sarsen trilithons, with their massive lintels carefully placed atop the uprights, remains a subject of awe and speculation, suggesting the use of sophisticated leverage systems, earthen ramps, and counterweights. It is hypothesized that the uprights were first raised into prepared pits using ropes and timber frameworks, then secured in place. For the lintels, earthen ramps would have been constructed, gradually built up around the uprights, allowing the lintels to be rolled or dragged into position before being carefully maneuvered onto the mortise and tenon joints. The sheer precision required to align these multi-ton stones, both horizontally and vertically, without the aid of modern machinery, speaks to an extraordinary level of practical knowledge and collective problem-solving among the builders. The role of the winter solstice sunset alignment at Stonehenge, which precisely frames the setting sun through the central trilithon from the perspective of the avenue, offers a powerful counterpoint to the more famous summer solstice sunrise. While the summer solstice marked a time of growth and abundance, the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, represented a period of darkness and renewal, a pivotal moment for agricultural communities. The ceremonial observation of the winter solstice sunset may have been a ritual to ensure the sun's return and the rebirth of the year, a deeply significant event for societies dependent on the cycles of nature. This dual alignment, encompassing both the longest and shortest days, highlights the builders' comprehensive understanding of the annual solar cycle and their desire to embed these cosmic rhythms into the very fabric of their sacred architecture. The enduring legacy of Stonehenge extends far beyond its prehistoric origins, influencing art, literature, and popular culture throughout history, becoming a universal symbol of ancient mystery and human endeavor. From early antiquarian drawings to modern scientific interpretations, Stonehenge has captivated the human imagination, inspiring countless works of fiction, poetry, and scholarly research. Its iconic silhouette against the Salisbury Plain has become a recognizable emblem of British heritage and a testament to the ingenuity of our ancient ancestors. The monument continues to draw millions of visitors annually, each seeking to connect with its profound history and ponder the timeless questions it evokes about human purpose, belief, and our place in the cosmos. The subtle astronomical corrections for the precession of the equinoxes, a slow wobble in the Earth's axis that gradually shifts the apparent positions of stars over millennia, are not explicitly encoded in Stonehenge's design, as its primary alignments are solar and lunar, which are less affected by precession over the monument's active lifespan. However, The very act of observing and encoding celestial events over centuries demonstrates a deep awareness of cyclical time and the subtle shifts in the heavens. The builders focus on the fixed points of the solstices and equinoxes, rather than specific star constellations, reflects a pragmatic and agriculturally driven astronomical calendar, crucial for survival and prosperity. This sophisticated understanding of the sun and moon's movements, without the need for complex stellar navigation, underscores the practical genius of these ancient astronomers. The environmental context of Stonehenge, situated on the chalk uplands of Salisbury Plain, was likely chosen for its strategic location, commanding views and potential spiritual significance, perhaps linked to natural springs or geological features. The open landscape would have provided an unobstructed view of the horizon, essential for accurate astronomical observations, and the underlying chalk geology offered a stable foundation for the massive stones. The availability of sarsen stones nearby and the access to water via the River Avon were also practical considerations that contributed to the site's suitability. The subtle undulations of the landscape itself may have held symbolic meaning for the builders, integrating the monument seamlessly into its natural surroundings and enhancing its perceived power. The intricate network of Cursus monuments, massive elongated earthworks dating to the Neolithic period, found near Stonehenge, further emphasizes the ceremonial landscape and the extensive communal labor invested in shaping the environment for ritualistic purposes. The Great Cursus, a 3-kilometer-long, 100-meter-wide earthwork running east-west across the plain, predates Stonehenge and may have served as a processional route or a territorial marker, defining a sacred space. Its precise alignment with certain celestial events, though debated, suggests a similar astronomical awareness to that of Stonehenge, indicating a broader cultural practice of integrating cosmic observations into monumental architecture. The sheer scale of these earthworks, requiring immense effort to dig and shape, speaks to the profound spiritual significance of the landscape for these early farming communities. The presence of the King Barrow Ridge, a prominent linear arrangement of Bronze Age burial mounds to the east of Stonehenge, further underscores the monument's role within a vast mortuary landscape, a place where generations of people were laid to rest. This ridge, visible from Stonehenge, would have served as a constant reminder of the ancestors and the continuity of life and death cycles. The deliberate placement of these barrows, often containing rich grave goods, indicates a belief in an afterlife and a desire to maintain a connection with the deceased, perhaps through rituals performed at Stonehenge itself. The entire landscape around Stonehenge can thus be understood as a grand cemetery, with the stone circle acting as its central, most sacred focal point. The concept of skyscape archaeology is a modern approach that seeks to understand how ancient peoples perceived and interacted with the celestial sphere, integrating astronomical knowledge with archaeological evidence to reconstruct their worldview. By analyzing the alignments of monuments like Stonehenge, researchers can infer the astronomical knowledge of its builders and the cultural significance they attach to celestial events. This interdisciplinary field moves beyond simple alignment studies to explore the broader cultural context of ancient astronomy, considering how the sky was woven into mythology, religion, and daily life. Skyscape archaeology offers a powerful lens through which to interpret the meaning and purpose of Stonehenge, revealing a society deeply connected to the cosmos and its profound influence on their existence. The continuous cycle of discovery and reinterpretation at Stonehenge ensures that its story remains dynamic and evolving, with each new piece of evidence challenging previous assumptions and deepening our understanding of this extraordinary ancient wonder. From early antiquarian theories to modern scientific analyses, the monument continues to yield new insights into the lives, beliefs, and capabilities of its builders, defying simplistic explanations. The ongoing research, utilizing cutting-edge technology and collaborative efforts across various disciplines, promises to unveil even more layers of its complex history, ensuring that Stonehenge remains a vibrant subject of study and contemplation for countless generations to come. The silent stones, standing sentinel on the plain, continue to offer their profound secrets to those who seek to understand them. The silent stones, standing sentinel on the plain, continue to offer their profound secrets to those who seek to understand them. And as the pale moonlight now bathes the ancient monument in a soft, ethereal glow, we can further contemplate the intricate engineering feats required to construct such a monumental undertaking. Imagine the sheer logistical challenge of quarrying the massive sarsen stones from Marlborough Downs, a journey of approximately 20 miles to the north, utilizing only rudimentary tools made of antler picks, stone hammers, and possibly fire to crack the rock. These enormous sarsens, some weighing up to 30 tons, were then likely transported using a combination of sledges, rollers, and perhaps even rafts if rivers were accessible, demanding an organized and cooperative workforce of hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals. The smaller bluestones, originating from the Preseli Hills in West Wales, present an even more astonishing transportation puzzle, as they had to be moved over a distance of roughly 140 miles, a journey that would have been arduous even with modern machinery. Geologists have meticulously traced the unique dolerite and rhyolite compositions of these bluestones back to specific outcrops in Wales, confirming their distant origin and sparking centuries of debate about the precise methods of their conveyance. One prevailing theory suggests that the bluestones were transported overland to the Bristol Channel, then loaded onto boats or rafts and sailed along the coast and up the River Avon, before being dragged the final miles to the Salisbury Plain. Another hypothesis, gaining traction among some researchers, posits that these bluestones were not intentionally moved by humans, but were instead carried by glaciers during the Ice Age, deposited much closer to Salisbury Plain, and then later collected and utilized by the builders. Although the evidence for this glacial transport of specific bluestone types to the immediate vicinity of Stonehenge remains a subject of ongoing scientific scrutiny. Regardless of their exact journey, the deliberate placement of these foreign stones at the heart of Stonehenge underscores their immense symbolic or ritualistic importance to the Neolithic and Bronze Age communities. Once at the site, the erection of these colossal stones involved ingenious techniques, likely employing a combination of levers, ropes made from animal hides or plant fibers, and carefully dug pits with sloping sides. The upright sarsens were probably maneuvered into these prepared pits, then gradually pulled upright using a system of A-frames and counterweights, with earth and rubble packed around their bases to secure them firmly in place. The distinctive lintel stones, forming the horizontal caps of the sarsen circles and trilithons, were then raised to their lofty positions, possibly by building earthen ramps or by progressively lifting them using timber cribbing, a method that would have required immense precision and a deep understanding of leverage and structural stability. The mortise and tenon joints, resembling woodworking techniques, were carved into the stones to interlock the uprights with the lintels, creating a remarkably stable and durable structure that has withstood millennia of weathering and seismic activity. This sophisticated joinery, unique among prehistoric stone circles, demonstrates an advanced level of architectural planning and execution by the builders, indicating a long tradition of monumental construction or a rapid innovation in building technology. The precise alignment of Stonehenge with the solstices particularly the summer solstice sunrise and the winter solstice sunset, points to its profound astronomical significance and its function as a sophisticated calendar or observatory. On the summer solstice, the sun rises directly over the heel stone, casting its first rays into the heart of the monument, illuminating the central axis and perhaps signifying a moment of renewal or a sacred agricultural marker. Conversely, on the winter solstice, the sun sets in alignment with the monument's primary axis, a celestial event that may have marked the deepest point of winter, a time for reflection or the promise of returning light and fertility. These alignments are not mere coincidences, but are the result of deliberate and precise planning, requiring generations of careful observation of celestial movements and an accurate understanding of astronomical cycles. The builders would have needed to track the sun's path across the horizon throughout the year, marking its extreme positions to establish the precise orientation of the monument, a process that likely involved generations of accumulated knowledge passed down through oral traditions. Beyond its solar alignments, some researchers propose that Stonehenge may also have incorporated lunar alignments, although these are more complex and subject to greater debate due to the moon's more varied and extended cycles. The major lunar standstill, an event that occurs approximately every 18.6 years, where the moon rises and sets at its most extreme northerly and southerly points, could have been observed and potentially marked by certain stones or features within the monument. While the evidence for lunar alignments is less definitive than for solar ones, the possibility suggests an even more intricate astronomical purpose, indicating a society deeply attuned to the rhythms of both the sun and the moon, perhaps for calendrical purposes, agricultural planning, or ritualistic observances tied to these celestial bodies. The intricate interplay of light and shadow at different times of the year, particularly during the solstices, would have transformed the monument into a dynamic and awe-inspiring spectacle, reinforcing its sacred power and connecting the earthly realm with the cosmic order. The landscape surrounding Stonehenge, now known as the Stonehenge World Heritage Site, is not merely an empty plain, but a rich archaeological tapestry woven with numerous other prehistoric monuments, forming a complex ritual landscape. This broader archaeological context includes ancient burial mounds known as barrows, processional avenues, and other timber or stone circles, all interconnected in a vast network of ceremonial significance. Doington Walls, a massive Neolithic henge enclosure located about 2 miles northeast of Stonehenge, is one such significant site, believed to have been a large settlement or ritual complex where the builders of Stonehenge may have lived and feasted. Excavations at Doington Walls have unearthed evidence of large timber houses, feasting remains including vast quantities of pig bones, and even a timber circle that mirrored the solar alignments of Stonehenge, suggesting a complementary relationship between the two sites, perhaps representing a domain of the living contrasting with Stonehenge as a domain of the ancestors or the dead. The Avenue, a 1.5-mile-long processional route marked by parallel ditches and banks, connects Stonehenge to the River Avon, suggesting that the river played a crucial role in rituals or transportation, perhaps serving as a sacred pathway for pilgrims or for the arrival of the Bluestones. This ceremonial approach would have dramatically framed the monument for those approaching it, enhancing its mystique and grandeur. Other nearby sites, such as Woodhenge, a timber circle with 6 concentric rings of posts, and the Cursus, a vast linear earthwork dating to around 3,500 BC, further illustrate the intensive human activity and ritualistic landscape engineering that characterized the Salisbury Plain during the Neolithic and early Bronze Ages. These interconnected monuments suggest a long history of evolving ritual practices and a complex social structure capable of organizing and sustaining such massive construction projects over many centuries. The purpose of Stonehenge has been a subject of intense speculation and scholarly debate for centuries, with theories ranging from a temple for sun worship, a healing center, a burial ground, to a sophisticated astronomical observatory. The discovery of numerous human remains, particularly cremated bones, within and around the monument, especially within the Aubrey holes and the ditch, strongly suggests that Stonehenge also served as a significant burial site, particularly during its earlier phases. The careful deposition of these remains, sometimes accompanied by grave goods, indicates a reverence for the deceased and a belief in an afterlife, perhaps connecting the ancestors with the powerful celestial alignments of the monument. The presence of blue stones, often associated with healing properties in folklore, has led some to propose that Stonehenge was a place of pilgrimage for the sick or infirm, seeking cures from the magical qualities of the stones or the sacred energies of the site. The sheer scale of the labor involved in its construction implies a highly organized society with a strong leadership structure, capable of mobilizing and sustaining a large workforce over extended periods. This society was likely hierarchical, with skilled artisans, astronomical observers, and spiritual leaders guiding the construction and ritualistic use of the monument. The resources required, including food, tools, and materials, would have necessitated a well-developed agricultural base and extensive trade networks across Britain. The continuous modification and rebuilding of Stonehenge over approximately 1,500 years, from its earliest earthwork phase around 3000 BC to its final stone configurations around 1600 BC, demonstrate a persistent cultural significance and an evolving set of beliefs and practices. Each phase of construction added new layers of meaning and complexity, reflecting changes in society, technology, and religious understanding. The earliest phase, Stonehenge I, around 3000 BC, consisted of a circular ditch and bank enclosure, approximately 110 meters in diameter, with an inner ring of 56 pits known as the Aubrey holes, which originally held upright timber posts or possibly bluestones. Within this enclosure, cremation burials were deposited, indicating its early use as a funerary monument. The entrance to this early henge was aligned with the summer solstice sunrise, establishing its astronomical orientation from the very beginning. This initial phase, while less visually dramatic than the later stone circles, laid the foundational sacred geometry for all subsequent developments. Stonehenge II, occurring around 2600 BC, saw the first introduction of the bluestones, which were arranged in a double circle within the enclosure, although this arrangement was later dismantled. This period also saw the construction of the avenue, connecting the monument to the river Avon, and the erection of the heel stone, further solidifying the summer solstice alignment. The transportation of the bluestones from Wales during this phase represents a monumental undertaking and a significant investment of resources, underscoring their profound importance to the builders. The most iconic phase, Stonehenge III, spanning from approximately 2500 BC to 1600 BC, involved the dramatic rearrangement of the bluestones and the erection of the massive sarsen stones. This phase is subdivided into several stages, beginning with the construction of the sarsen circle, comprising 30 upright stones topped with lintels, forming a continuous ring. Inside this circle, 5 enormous sarsen trilithons, each consisting of 2 uprights and a lintel, were arranged in a horseshoe shape, with the open end facing the summer solstice sunrise. These trilithons, some weighing over 50 tons, represent the pinnacle of Neolithic engineering and architectural ambition. Following the Sarsen construction, the bluestones were re-erected, first in a bluestone circle between the Sarsen circle and the trilithons, and then later rearranged into a bluestone horseshoe within the Sarsen trilithon horseshoe and a bluestone oval. The final configuration of the bluestones, as seen today, includes the bluestone horseshoe and a bluestone circle, along with other individual bluestones placed throughout the monument. The continuous modification and reuse of the bluestones suggest their enduring spiritual significance, perhaps linked to ancestral worship or healing rituals, as they were moved and re-erected multiple times over many centuries. The altar stone, a large sandstone slab lying prostrate within the bluestone horseshoe, is another intriguing feature, possibly serving as a central focus for rituals or as a platform for offerings. Its unique composition, different from both the Sarsens and the bluestones, suggests it may have been brought from a different geological source, adding another layer of mystery to its origin and purpose. The presence of the 4 station stones, forming a rectangle around the Sarsen circle, also suggests additional astronomical alignments, possibly marking the extreme positions of the moon or other celestial phenomena. The people who built Stonehenge were part of a sophisticated Neolithic culture that flourished across Britain and Europe, characterized by monumental earthworks, advanced agricultural practices, and complex social structures. They were not primitive savages, but skilled engineers, astronomers, and artists, capable of organizing vast communal projects over generations. Their tools, though seemingly simple, were highly effective, demonstrating an intimate knowledge of materials and mechanics. The absence of written records from this period means that much of our understanding is derived from archaeological evidence, careful excavation, and scientific analysis, allowing us to piece together fragments of their lives and beliefs. The concept of Druids is often associated with Stonehenge, but this connection is largely a product of later historical speculation and Romanticism. The Druids were Celtic priests who emerged much later, during the Iron Age, roughly 2,000 years after the main construction phases of Stonehenge. While it is possible that Iron Age Druids may have visited or performed ceremonies at the already ancient monument, they were not its original builders or primary users. The popular image of Druids in flowing white robes performing rituals at Stonehenge is a powerful cultural myth, but it obscures the true Neolithic and Bronze Age origins of the site. The enduring appeal of Stonehenge lies not only in its monumental scale and astronomical precision, but also in its profound connection to the human spirit and our innate desire to understand our place in the cosmos. It stands as a testament to the ingenuity, perseverance, and spiritual depth of prehistoric peoples, whose legacy continues to inspire wonder and inquiry. The changing light across its ancient stones, from the vibrant hues of dawn to the deep shadows of dusk, reveals new perspectives and invites contemplation on the passage of time and the enduring mysteries of human civilization. The wind whispering through the gaps in the trilithons seems to carry echoes of ancient ceremonies, of voices raised in song or prayer, and of the collective effort of countless hands shaping the landscape for reasons that remain tantalizingly just beyond our full grasp. Modern research techniques such as LIDAR, light detection and ranging, and geophysical surveys are revolutionizing our understanding of the Stonehenge landscape. LIDAR, which uses laser pulses to create detailed topographical maps, has revealed previously unknown earthworks, burial mounds, and ancient trackways hidden beneath vegetation, providing a more comprehensive picture of the integrated ritual landscape. Geophysical surveys, employing techniques like magnetometry and ground-penetrating radar, can detect subsurface features without excavation, revealing the footprints of timber structures, ditches, and pits that are no longer visible on the surface. These non-invasive methods allow archaeologists to map vast areas of the World Heritage Site, identifying new sites and connections between existing ones, without disturbing the fragile archaeological record. For example, recent geophysical surveys have uncovered evidence of a large, previously unknown circle of massive pits, some over 10 meters in diameter, extending for more than 1 mile around Dington Walls. This superhenge, dubbed Dington Shafts, suggests an even larger and more complex ritual landscape than previously imagined, with these pits potentially marking the boundary of a sacred precinct or forming a vast astronomical calendar. The sheer scale of this newly discovered feature further emphasizes the sophisticated planning and monumental ambition of the Neolithic communities inhabiting the Salisbury Plain. The study of ancient DNA extracted from human remains found at Stonehenge and other Neolithic sites is also providing unprecedented insights into the origins and movements of the people who built and used the monument. Genetic analysis has shown that the initial wave of Neolithic farmers who arrived in Britain, bringing with them agriculture and monumental building traditions, largely originated from Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, and then spread across Europe. Later genetic studies of individuals buried near Stonehenge have shown connections to continental Europe, suggesting a degree of mobility and interaction across the English Channel. These genetic studies are helping to reconstruct the demographic history of the region, shedding light on the ancestry of the Stonehenge builders and their connections to broader European populations. Furthermore, isotope analysis of human and animal teeth and bones provides clues about diet, migration, and geographical origins. By analyzing the ratios of different isotopes of elements like strontium, oxygen, and carbon, scientists can determine where individuals lived during different stages of their lives and what kind of food they consumed. For instance, strontium isotope analysis of teeth from burials at Stonehenge has indicated that some individuals spent their childhoods in West Wales, suggesting that people from the Bluestone source region traveled to or were brought to the monument, reinforcing the idea of a deep connection between the Bluestones and the people. This interdisciplinary approach, combining archaeology, geology, astronomy, genetics, and isotope analysis, is continually enriching our understanding of Stonehenge, moving beyond simplistic theories to reveal a multifaceted and dynamic history. The preservation of Stonehenge for future generations is a paramount concern, involving ongoing conservation efforts to protect the stones from erosion, weathering, and human impact. English Heritage, the custodian of the site, meticulously monitors the condition of the stones, conducting regular inspections and implementing measures to stabilize and repair them where necessary. The delicate balance between allowing public access to this iconic monument and ensuring its long-term survival requires careful management and ongoing research into the most effective conservation techniques. The surrounding landscape is also managed to protect its archaeological integrity, controlling development and agricultural practices to safeguard the buried remains and the visual setting of the monument. The educational value of Stonehenge extends beyond academic research, serving as a powerful symbol of human ingenuity and our enduring connection to the past. It inspires countless visitors from around the globe, sparking curiosity about ancient civilizations, astronomy, and the mysteries of prehistory. The visitor center, located a short distance from the monument, provides a rich interpretive experience with exhibitions, reconstructed Neolithic houses, and multimedia displays that bring the story of Stonehenge and its builders to life. This careful presentation ensures that the profound significance of Stonehenge is accessible to all, fostering an appreciation for our shared human heritage. As the moon continues its silent journey across the night sky, casting long, dancing shadows among the ancient stones, we are reminded of the cyclical nature of time and the enduring presence of these monumental structures. Each stone, weathered by millennia, holds within it stories of human endeavor, spiritual belief, and a deep connection to the natural world. The quiet majesty of Stonehenge, standing steadfast against the march of time, invites us to pause, to reflect, and to marvel at the profound legacy of those who shaped the landscape with such vision and determination. The mysteries it holds are not simply historical puzzles, but invitations to explore the depths of human potential and the timeless quest for meaning. The mysteries it holds are not simply historical puzzles, but invitations to explore the depths of human potential and the timeless quest for meaning. As the pale moonlight begins to trace long, ethereal shadows across the ancient Sarsen stones, we can delve deeper into the meticulous construction phases that transformed a simple landscape into this monumental architectural achievement, understanding that Stonehenge was not built in a single burst of activity, but evolved over approximately 1,500 years, beginning around 3000 BC. The earliest discernible phase, known as Stonehenge I, involved the creation of a large circular ditch and bank enclosure, measuring about 110 meters in diameter, which was dug with antler picks and shoulder blades of oxen, demonstrating the immense communal effort required even for its initial earthworks. Within this initial circular enclosure, 56 pits, famously known as the Aubrey Holes after their discoverer John Aubrey in the 17th century, were dug around the inner edge of the bank, and these regularly spaced pits, each about 1 meter wide and 1 meter deep, likely held upright timber posts or perhaps even small bluestones in their earliest iteration, although their precise function remains a subject of ongoing archaeological debate. Radiocarbon dating of organic material found within these Aubrey holes suggests their use spanned several centuries, indicating a sustained period of activity and perhaps ritual significance associated with these particular features of the nascent monument. Following this initial phase, around 2600 BC, the builders embarked on the ambitious project of transporting and erecting the first megalithic stones, specifically the smaller bluestones, which are geologically distinct from the larger Sarsen stones and originate from the Preseli Hills in West Wales, a remarkable distance of over 200 kilometers. The journey of these bluestones, weighing between 2 and 5 tons each, from their distant quarry to Salisbury Plain, represents an extraordinary feat of prehistoric engineering and logistical planning, likely involving a combination of land and water transport, possibly by dragging them on sledges over rollers and floating them on rafts along rivers and coastal routes. Archaeological evidence suggests that some bluestones were initially placed in double circles within the Aubrey Holes area, forming a complex arrangement that was later reconfigured, indicating a dynamic and evolving vision for the monument's layout. The precise method of erecting these heavy stones, whether bluestones or later Sarsens, involved digging pits with one sloping side, tilting the stone into the pit, and then using ropes, levers, and counterweights to pull it upright, a process requiring significant coordination and understanding of basic physics. The most iconic phase of Stonehenge's construction, Stonehenge III, which began around 2500 BC, saw the introduction of the massive Sarsen stones, quarried from Marlborough Downs approximately 30 kilometers to the north, with some individual stones weighing up to 50 tons. These enormous Sarsen boulders were carefully selected, dressed, and shaped using stone mauls and hammerstones, a painstaking process that smoothed their surfaces and created the distinctive mortise and tenon joints and tongue and groove connections used to interlock the lintels with the uprights, demonstrating an advanced understanding of structural integrity. The central sarsen horseshoe, comprising 5 trilithons, each consisting of 2 uprights topped by a lintel, stands as the most imposing feature, with the tallest trilithon reaching over 7 meters in height, creating a dramatic focal point within the monument. Surrounding this horseshoe is a continuous circle of 30 sarsen uprights, each about 4 meters high, originally capped by a ring of 30 sarsen lintels, forming a complete outer circle that would have presented an even more formidable and enclosed appearance than what we observe today. Within the sarsen circle and horseshoe, the bluestones were rearranged into a distinct bluestone circle and a bluestone horseshoe, mirroring the larger sarsen arrangements, but on a smaller scale, suggesting a deliberate hierarchy and symbolic relationship between the different stone types and their origins. The altar stone, a single large bluestone lying flat near the center of the monument, is distinct from the other bluestones due to its composition, originating from a different geological source in Wales, and its unique placement suggests a particular ritual significance, perhaps serving as a central platform or focal point for ceremonies. The heel stone, a solitary sarsen stone located outside the main entrance to the monument, stands as a crucial astronomical marker, aligning with the rising sun on the summer solstice, a testament to the builders' sophisticated understanding of celestial movements and their integration into the monument's design. The avenue, a processional pathway extending over 3 kilometers from the northeast entrance of the monument to the River Avon, was also constructed during this period, flanked by ditches and banks, providing a grand and ceremonial approach to the sacred site. The function of Stonehenge has been a subject of intense academic debate and popular speculation for centuries, with various theories proposing its use as an astronomical observatory, a temple for sun worship, a healing center, a burial ground, or a combination of these purposes. The undeniable astronomical alignments, particularly with the summer solstice sunrise and the winter solstice sunset, strongly suggest its role as a calendar or a device for tracking important celestial events, which would have been crucial for agricultural cycles and religious festivals in a prehistoric society. The precise alignment of the central axis of Stonehenge with the summer solstice sunrise, where the sun appears to rise directly over the heel stone when viewed from the center of the monument, demonstrates a profound connection between the builders and the cyclical rhythms of the sun. Furthermore, the winter solstice sunset also aligns significantly with the central trilithon and the main axis, indicating that both extremes of the solar year held deep importance for the creators of Stonehenge. Recent archaeological discoveries, particularly the extensive evidence of human burials, have increasingly pointed towards Stonehenge also serving as a significant burial ground and a place of ancestral reverence, especially during its earlier phases. Cremated human remains, dating from around 3000 BC to 2500 BC, have been found within and around the Aubrey holes, suggesting that these pits may have initially functioned as grave for high-status individuals or a select community. The presence of these burials, some containing grave goods, indicates that the monument was a sacred place for commemorating the dead and perhaps for rituals associated with the afterlife, transforming it into a necropolis for a considerable period of its existence. The analysis of strontium isotopes in the teeth of some individuals buried at Stonehenge suggests that some of these people were not local to Salisbury Plain, but originated from distant regions, including West Wales, the same source as the Bluestones, implying a strong connection between the people, the stones, and the geographical origins of the monument's materials. The idea of Stonehenge as a healing center has gained traction through the analysis of skeletal remains exhibiting signs of illness or injury, and the belief that the blue stones themselves possessed curative properties, perhaps due to their unique acoustic or magnetic qualities, or simply their exotic origin. The geological composition of the blue stones, particularly the dolerite and rhyolite, might have been perceived as having special powers by the Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples, leading them to associate the stones with healing or spiritual potency. Pilgrims seeking cures or spiritual solace may have traveled great distances to visit Stonehenge, bringing with them their sick and infirm, much like later pilgrimage sites in historical periods. The discovery of various artifacts, including offerings and tools, within the monument further supports the interpretation of Stonehenge as a multifunctional site, serving diverse social, religious, and practical needs for the communities that built and used it. The people who constructed Stonehenge are generally referred to as Neolithic and Bronze Age peoples, representing distinct cultural phases in British prehistory, with the monument evolving through these different societal structures and technological advancements. The Neolithic period, characterized by the adoption of agriculture, settled communities, and the construction of monumental earthworks and megalithic structures, provided the societal organization and labor force necessary for such an undertaking. These early farmers, living in communal settlements, would have had the collective resources and hierarchical structures to plan and execute such a massive construction project, demonstrating sophisticated social cohesion and leadership. The subsequent Bronze Age saw the introduction of metalworking, new burial practices, and increased social stratification, and Stonehenge continued to be a focal point, adapting to the changing beliefs and practices of these later societies. The tools used to shape and erect the stones were remarkably simple yet effective, consisting primarily of stone mauls, antler picks, wooden levers, and ropes made from animal hide or plant fibers, highlighting the ingenuity and perseverance of the prehistoric builders. The sarsen stones, being extremely hard, were dressed by repeatedly striking their surfaces with harder hammerstones, gradually chipping away material to achieve the desired shape and smoothness, a process that would have taken countless hours of dedicated labor. The precise fitting of the mortise and tenon joints, reminiscent of carpentry techniques, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, allowing the lintels to sit securely on top of the uprights and withstand the forces of nature for millennia. The sheer scale of the undertaking, involving thousands of people over many generations, suggests a profound spiritual or communal motivation that transcended individual lifetimes, driving successive generations to continue and expand upon the work of their ancestors. The surrounding landscape of Salisbury Plain is rich with other prehistoric monuments, forming a complex ritual landscape that complements and contextualizes Stonehenge, including numerous barrows, burial mounds, cursus monuments, and other henges. The cursus, a massive, elongated earthwork stretching over 3 kilometers to the north of Stonehenge, dating to an earlier period than the main stone monument, is believed to have served as a processional route or a boundary marker, its purpose still debated, but clearly part of the broader sacred geography. Dington Walls, a superhenge located about 3 kilometers northeast of Stonehenge, is one of the largest known Neolithic settlements and henge enclosures in Britain, featuring a massive circular bank and ditch, and it is believed to have housed the builders of Stonehenge and serve as a major feasting site. The discovery of numerous houses, pottery, and animal bones at Dington Walls suggests that it was a vibrant, bustling settlement, particularly active during the winter solstice, perhaps complementing Stonehenge's summer solstice focus. The relationship between Stonehenge and Dington Walls is particularly intriguing, with evidence suggesting a complementary function. Stonehenge, as a monument to the dead and the ancestors, and Dington Walls as a place for the living, for feasting, celebration, and perhaps rites of passage. The avenue connecting Stonehenge to the River Avon and another avenue connecting Dington Walls to the river suggest a ritualistic journey or procession that linked these two major sites, emphasizing their interconnectedness within the sacred landscape. The vast number of animal bones found at Dington Walls, particularly pig bones, indicates large-scale feasting events, possibly associated with the winter solstice, where communities gathered from across Britain to celebrate and reinforce social bonds. These archaeological findings paint a picture of a dynamic and complex prehistoric society, capable of organizing vast resources and labor for monumental construction and elaborate ritual practices. The concept of the Stonehenge landscape extends far beyond the immediate vicinity of the stones, encompassing a network of interconnected sites that reveal a highly organized and spiritually rich society. The numerous round barrows, or burial mounds, dotting the landscape around Stonehenge, particularly in clusters like the Normanton Down Barrow Group, represent the burial places of later Bronze Age elites, indicating that the area remained a sacred and prestigious location for centuries after the main construction of the stone circle. The discovery of high-status artifacts within these barrows, such as gold ornaments, bronze weapons, and exotic materials, suggests a hierarchical society with powerful leaders who sought to associate themselves with the enduring legacy of Stonehenge. The entire area was clearly considered a powerful and significant place, attracting people for various purposes over thousands of years, from communal gatherings to individual pilgrimages. The role of the Druids in relation to Stonehenge is a common misconception, as the monument predates the historical emergence of the Druids by at least 2,000 years, with the Druids being the priestly class of the Iron Age Celts, who flourished much later. While the Druids certainly had their own sacred sites and rituals, their association with Stonehenge is a romanticized notion popularized in the 17th and 18th centuries by antiquarians who sought to connect the impressive ancient monument with a known historical priestly order. This enduring myth highlights the human desire to attribute known historical figures or groups to mysterious ancient structures, even when archaeological evidence clearly contradicts such connections. However, the modern resurgence of interest in Druidry and paganism has led to contemporary spiritual groups holding ceremonies at Stonehenge, particularly during the solstices, connecting with the ancient energies and alignments of the site in their own way. The summer solstice celebration at Stonehenge remains a powerful and moving event, drawing thousands of people each year to witness the sunrise on the longest day, experiencing a direct connection to the ancient builders' astronomical vision. This annual gathering, a blend of ancient reverence and modern spirituality, showcases the enduring power of Stonehenge to inspire and unite people across different beliefs and backgrounds. The winter solstice, though less publicly celebrated, also holds profound significance, marking the shortest day and the symbolic rebirth of the sun, aligning with the monument's axis and offering a different perspective on its celestial purpose. These solstice events underscore the timeless human fascination with the sun, the seasons, and the cycles of life and death, themes that were undoubtedly central to the beliefs of the people who created Stonehenge. The geological composition of the sarsen stones, primarily a hard silicified sandstone, makes them incredibly durable and resistant to weathering, contributing to their remarkable preservation over millennia, allowing us to still marvel at their imposing presence. The blue stones, while smaller, are equally fascinating, comprising a variety of igneous rocks such as dolerite, rhyolite, and volcanic ash, each with its own unique texture and color, adding to the visual and perhaps symbolic diversity of the monument. The precise sourcing of these blue stones to specific outcrops in the Pre-Salisbury Hills has been confirmed through detailed geochemical analysis, providing irrefutable evidence of the incredible distances over which these stones were transported. This geological detective work allows archaeologists to trace the origins of the materials and infer the extensive networks of trade, communication, and shared belief systems that existed across prehistoric Britain. The acoustic properties of Stonehenge have also been investigated, with some researchers suggesting that the arrangement of the stones might have created unique soundscapes or amplified certain sounds within the enclosure, enhancing ritual experiences. The resonant qualities of the stones themselves, when struck, could have produced distinct tones, potentially used in ceremonies or as a form of communication. While speculative, the idea that the builders considered sound as well as sight in their design adds another layer of complexity to our understanding of their intentions and the multi-sensory experience of the monument. The very act of moving and erecting such massive stones would have been accompanied by sounds of effort, chanting, and perhaps music, creating an immersive and powerful environment for those involved. The preservation efforts at Stonehenge are ongoing, with English Heritage and the National Trust working to protect the monument from the impacts of tourism, erosion, and environmental factors, ensuring its continued existence for future generations. The challenges of managing such an iconic and fragile site involve balancing public access with conservation needs, implementing careful archaeological investigations, and educating visitors about its immense historical and cultural significance. The surrounding landscape, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is also subject to careful management, aiming to preserve its integrity and protect the numerous other prehistoric features that contribute to its unique value. The ongoing research and archaeological digs continue to reveal new insights into Stonehenge, constantly refining our understanding of its construction, purpose, and the lives of the people who built it, ensuring that its mysteries continue to unfold with each passing year. The quiet majesty of Stonehenge, standing steadfast against the march of time, invites us to pause, to reflect, and to marvel at the profound legacy of those who shaped the landscape with such vision